Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be commencing our program shortly. We kindly request everyone to take your seats and kindly ensure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing our program shortly. I kindly request everyone to take your seats and kindly ensure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly request everyone to take your seats as we are going to begin the program shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome the arrival of our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Isomata Akio, Ambassador of Japan to Sri Lanka. To commence today's proceedings on this significant morning, we will begin with the lighting of the ceremonial oil lamp. We now invite our distinguished guests to join in lighting the traditional oil lamp. His Excellency Mr. Akio Isomata, Ambassador of Japan to Sri Lanka, Mr. Firzan Hashim, Chief Operating Officer, APAD and Country Director, APAD Sri Lanka, Mr. Buwanakabe Surya, Director, APAD Sri Lanka, Professor Dr. Kwazi Kamruzaman, Chairman, APAD International, Mr. Hugh Shriyal Disanayaka, Consul General ad honorem, Consulate General of the Republic of Philippines, Mr. ACM Kolita Gunatilaka, former Chief of Defense, retired Commander of the Sri Lankan Air Force, Major General retired Sudanta Ranasinghe, former Director of the Disaster Management Center of Sri Lanka, Ms. Kaori Neki, Director and Head of Management Office at APAD Japan and Chairperson of Civic Force, Mr. Nobutaka Miyahara, Senior Advisor, APAD International, Mr. Shao Huan Chang, Director General of the National Fire Agency, Ministry of the Interior, Taiwan, Republic of China, Mr. Matotaka Inaba, Project Leader, Airborne Rescue and Relief Operations with Search and Peace Winds Japan, and Dr. Rohan Fernando, Executive Director, Head of Corporate Strategy, Sustainability and Plantations, Aitken Spence Group. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem of Sri Lanka. Thank you. You may be seated.
In the moments when the world feels calm, we forget how fragile life can be. Across the Asia-Pacific, disasters strike with growing force. Crises no longer strike in isolation. They collide, cascade, and fracture the very systems that hold our world together. Disasters are now faster, fiercer, and more complex, amplifying the challenges we all face. In these critical moments, every second matters, every decision matters, and in times of crisis, even the smallest help becomes a beacon of hope. Unity turns struggle into strength. Collaboration turns fear into resilience. When we stand together, when governments, responders, communities, and the private sector join hands, strength is multiplied, solutions grow, and resilience takes shape. With shared knowledge, shared responsibility, and shared purpose, we transform uncertainty into readiness. We turn vulnerability into resilience. And together, we protect the future of millions of lives. APAD International Symposium 2025. Strengthening collaboration in an era of escalating crises.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management Sri Lanka, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the APAD International Symposium 2025 under the timely theme, Strengthening Emergency Preparedness and Response in an Era of Escalating Crisis. Since its inception, APAD Sri Lanka has worked to demonstrate that disaster response is not about waiting for external support, but about mobilizing what we already have. Our responses are wide-ranging, from trained community first responders, search and rescue equipment, and regional operational networks to our unique partnerships with private sector, military, and humanitarian agencies. The title of the symposium reminds us that challenges are indeed intensifying. Climate shocks, economic disruption, and health emergencies overlap in ways that test our collective resilience. But today is not about focusing on what we don't have. It is about discovering what we already do have: our people, our institutions, our private sector strength, and how we can put them to work in smarter, faster, and more collaborative ways. The lesson is simple, yet powerful. The resources are around us. The difference lies in how well we coordinate and deploy them. To officially welcome everyone to this year's symposium, please join me in inviting Mr. Firzan Hashim, Chief Operating Officer, APAD, and Country Director, APAD Sri Lanka, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Akio Isomota, Ambassador of Japan to Sri Lanka. As for Secretary of Defense, Air Vice Marshal Sampath Tuyakonta, he sends his regrets. He was just here a few moments ago with us, but had to go for an unscheduled meeting with the President. Professor Dr. Qazi Kamaruzzaman, Chairman, APAD International. Mr. Shao Huan Shang, Director General, National Fire Agency, Ministry of Interior, Taiwan, Republic of China. Mr. Nobutaka Miyahara, Senior Advisor to APAD International. Ms. Neki, Director and Head of Management, APAD International. Members of the Diplomatic Corps. Representatives of the government, private sector, humanitarian agencies, international guests, eminent panelists, media representatives, distinguished guests. A very warm welcome to all of you. Globally, the annual disaster costs exceed $2.3 trillion when cascading and ecosystem costs are taken to account. 83.4 million people worldwide are in internal displacement as at now. Climate-related slow onset disasters could displace 216 million people by 2050. By 2026, a staggering 318 million people are projected to face crisis levels of hunger. $5 to $7 trillion is needed annually to achieve sustainable development goals globally. $1.3 trillion for developing countries to shift to green energy. And of course, we have now the impacts of humanitarian funding cuts and its politicization. But what does these findings and statistics mean to the many who are already victims of ongoing crisis? For those trapped under concrete, those being swept by floods and mudslides, those in acute hunger or famine without access to food and drinking water, those who are victims of senseless, indiscriminate bombing, those maimed with no access to medical assistance, and those children, mothers and fathers who know not whether their loved ones are dead, missing, or alive. Can we afford to adjust and normalize these situations? Time certainly has lapsed. We cannot pause. The strength of response cannot be limited to paper. It should be operational and effective. Thus, we gather here today to discuss solutions among representatives from 6 continents with traditional and unconventional partners to serve humanity better. There is an abundance of resources in this room. These meetings allow us to join forces and multiply resources, to respond with respect to people's culture, beliefs, faith, and most importantly, dignity. Sri Lanka alone spent 23 billion and 25 billion rupees in humanitarian response in 2017 and 2018 respectively. Climate destruction is becoming more and more expensive. Climate disasters will send countries into a debt spiral. This loop of disaster, debt, recovery, and then another disaster is affecting many countries, including ours. We may be prepared, but not protected. The very recent mitigation has to take a lead role, and we need to prioritize climate resilience, infrastructure, and sustainable development, mechanisms which will protect people and businesses. This would involve a combination of technical strategies, along with policy changes and collaboration between private and public sectors, a call for development in line with demography. Every moment counts, every cent or dollar matters, and every decision has immediate and long-term impacts for people we serve. We also need inclusivity. Whilst in Gaza, children have not attended school going into the 4th year, UNICEF warns of a lost generation. But still, children and youth shape the world through their unique perspectives, driving change in areas like climate change, technology, and social justice. As a member of the UNICEF Business Council in Sri Lanka, I believe children are not just future leaders, they are actively leading today. Let's include them. The two panel discussions today will delve into forward-looking strategies for navigating complex crises and showcase local and regional real-time operational excellence. Director General of NFA Taiwan, thank you for providing us your search and rescue training facility, which is the largest in Asia, and for your presence here today. Special mention and appreciation to the panelists and the panel chairs, along with international delegates from Connecting Business Initiative, Airlink, Kiwi Task Force, Climate and Environment Charter for Humanitarian Organizations, Geneva, and APAD International for making this long journey to Sri Lanka. Your Excellency, our gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan and the people of Japan for their trust, generosity, and continual support to our platforms. On a final note, the recent Myanmar earthquake saw the APAD partner team rescue people from the rubble after 6 to 7 long days, when all hope was lost. They have no choice but to wait, and they will wait. Could we speed up and save lives in less time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hashi. APAD Sri Lanka has held the incredible honor of sustaining partnership with APAD International. Representing APAD International, we warmly welcome Mr. Nobutaka Miyahara, Senior Advisor, APAD International, to share his remarks.
Your Excellency, Mr. Isomata Akio, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Japan to Sri Lanka. Dear Professor Kozi Kuamurutzaman, Chairman of APAD International, CIS, and DCH Trust. Dear Mr. Hashim, COO of APAD International and Country Director of APAD Sri Lanka. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues from the disaster management, peace building, and diplomatic committees, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address the inaugural session of this symposium, International Symposium on Strengthening Collaboration in an Era of Escalating Crisis, on behalf of APAD Management Office in this difficult year. Yes, we go through a very difficult year. This year, more correctly, after the USA administration led by President Trump started, we have been seeing crisis after crisis in the world, and those crises have got escalating. What a timely and symbolic title it is. We live in an era of escalating crisis. Crises we see now in the world seem to undermine, deteriorate, or destroy what we have built for resilience and international cooperation in disaster management. As a result, it's become extremely difficult to address those crises. The US aid was liquidated, which led to the destruction of the international aid business. Not only the United States of America, but also European countries and Japan have reduced their official development aid. Such humanitarian assistance organizations of the United Nations as UNHCR, UNICEF, WFO, and others have got difficulties collecting aid money. In the present time, international NGOs for supporting development, emergency crises, including natural disasters and international and domestic conflicts, must find another way for fundraising. The Management Office of APAD has faced every year's reduction of donations by the Japanese government, which is inevitable under such a circumstance as Japanese economy has become weaker and weaker since 35 years ago. As for the Japanese grant aid for cooperation with NGOs, which this symposium uses for organization, its budget volume has been smaller. The competition among Japanese NGOs to get a portion of this grant program is very fast. Every member of APAD, as well as world NGOs, is compelled to change their attitudes towards fundraising. What is the reason for this crisis? In the past several years or more years, nationalism, the policy of putting one's own country first, prevails over the world. America first, Israel first, Japan first, and others. And those who support this idea or policy are their nationals. Nationals want their governments to implement policies, especially economic and security policies, for their own interests. The current in which nationals want to realize their own interests could prevent them from thinking about other people's lives and difficulties. More than 20 years ago, former UNHCR, former JICA president, and the special representative of Prime Minister Junichiro Koizumi for Afghanistan reconstruction, Madame Sadako Ogata warned that the world was inclined to national security more than human security. Now her premonition has come true. She had repeatedly appealed for the importance of human security everywhere in the world. This is the base of my understanding of human security. The value of one's life is same as those of others. The value of a child suffering from starvation and dying is same as one of the Japanese who wants more revenue and requests the government to exclude foreigners to work in Japan. I imagine a world in which every life is respected and taken care of equally. My imagination is far from reality in this real world. It is now, however, that we should raise our voices to help and support people suffering from natural disasters, including heating globe, conflicts including Gaza and Ukraine and others, because the present world needs human security. Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management, APAD, is transnational disaster aid management platform for saving more lives in less time. APAD is promoting human security by saving more lives in less time, and every national platform of the APAD system has brought about important and fruitful results. APAD Sri Lanka have made tremendous contributions to the mission of APAD for last 11 years. It is APAD Sri Lanka that have demonstrated the effectiveness of public-private partnerships in responding to disasters and have built a resilient Sri Lanka by raising awareness, conducting capacity building training, and advocating for the inclusion of disaster risk reduction practices at local, national, and international. APAD Sri Lanka should be proud of having developed a great method of search and rescue training, which is now a model for national APADs and other disaster response and management organizations of entire Asia-Pacific region. I appreciate Sri Lanka Air Force for promoting civil-military cooperation in disaster response. I hope that this cooperation will prevail this region and will contribute more to our mission, saving more lives in less time. Lastly, please let me say to the people and their leaders who insist on their countries first the following. Let's think of others' difficulties. Let's act for helping and supporting people with difficulties. And let's show the importance of human security. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Miyahara, for sharing your perspectives and reaffirming APAD's commitment to regional resilience. We now invite Professor Dr. Kwasi Kamruzaman, Chairman, APAD International, to deliver the opening remarks.
Chief guest, His Excellency Ambassador, Mr. Akio Esumata, Ambassador of Japan to Sri Lanka. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today's symposium, Strengthening Collaboration in Era of Escalating Crisis, organized by APAD Sri Lanka and APAD International. What is APAD? APAD is an Asia-Pacific Alliance for Disaster Management, is an international organization working for the last 12 years for the mitigation and resilience of Asia-Pacific region of disaster management. Through the program of National Platform, APAD brings all the stakeholders, especially the local community, private sector, NGO, national policymakers, to develop awareness and resilience of the community. APAD Sri Lanka is a very important and a leading member of APAD International. Today's symposium on strengthening collaboration in era of escalating crisis is a very important issue. Crises are due to natural causes such as earthquake, flood, cyclone, especially in Asia-Pacific region. Crises also are man-made. Climate change, war, economic, social, and recently political reasons. These crises are not isolated phenomena. Due to globalization, it affects all of us, does not matter where it is originated. These crises are always escalating, threatening everyone's life. So the collaboration of all stakeholders, government, private sector, civil and military partnership, NGO, and especially the grassroots community are essential. Today's symposium, this is the main theme. So today we all listen to our experts, learn and share our own experiences to prepare ourselves how to collaborate during the crisis period. I'm sure we'll all benefit from the different sessions, from discussions and deliberations of our experts and resource persons today. I'd like to thank you all the guests, participants, speakers, and the resource persons for their kind participation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor, for that inspiring address and for steering APAD's vision for a more connected, prepared, and a resilient Asia-Pacific region. To deliver the keynote address, we are greatly honored to welcome our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Akio Isomata, Ambassador of Japan to Sri Lanka. Your Excellency, we invite you to the podium.
Dr. Kuramarazaman, Mr. Hashim, Mr. Miyahara, and other distinguished members of APAD International and APAD Sri Lanka, distinguished officials of the government of Sri Lanka, distinguished guests, dear participants and friends, good morning. I would like to congratulate APAD Sri Lanka on successfully hosting APAD International Symposium 2025 today in Colombo, and would also like to thank the organizer for giving me this precious opportunity to deliver a keynote address at the outset of this important gathering. The theme of the symposium, Strengthening Collaboration in an Era of Escalating Crises, is very timely, as we all know, and critically important too, at this juncture, where we see disasters around the world getting more serious year by year, both in geographic coverage and severity. In Sri Lanka too, not only 2004 Indian Ocean Great Earthquake and tsunami, but also many other natural disasters in different degrees of intensity we are observing every year. Just a few days ago, there was a tragic landslide in Pahara, Kadganawa, not very far from the ancient capital of Kandy, causing loss of lives, injuries, and property damages. Japan, as is widely known, is one of the countries most severely hit by natural disasters, repeatedly and continuously. Last year, the Noto Peninsula earthquake caused a massive damage over 5 prefectures, and it was further exacerbated by the torrential rain in the same affected area earlier this year. The accumulation of experience, one disaster after another, tempered our national resilience, including all the segments and different layers of society. Public and private sectors, local communities, schools, families, individuals. It enables us to constantly develop knowledge on how to better prepare ourselves and better deal with complex situations. Japan has been taking the lead in global discussions to develop relevant guidelines and frameworks, such as Hyogo Framework for Action and Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Today, I will not go into or reiterate the details of these frameworks, as they are well known by the stakeholders and experts who gathered here today. Instead, I would like to share with you some of the thoughts I consider essential in enhancing disaster preparedness and response. That is, remember the basics and build upon them to suit the changing circumstances. I will refer to some of the efforts Japan has been undertaking recently. 2 years ago, the government of Japan newly adopted its fundamental plan for national resilience to focus on a comprehensive approach to disaster risk reduction and response, guided by 4 core goals and supported by 5 key policy pillars for implementation. The 4 goals in building national resilience in the event of disaster form the base of relevant policies and are basically the same with those set forth in the Basic Act for National Resilience in 2013. Firstly, prevent loss of life by any means. Secondly, avoid critical damage to essential functions for maintaining administrative functions, as well as social and economic systems. Thirdly, mitigate damage to private property and public facilities. And fourthly, ensure swift recovery and reconstruction. In order to achieve these goals, the 5 policy pillars for resilience enhancement were reinstated or newly adopted by the Cabinet decision in 2023. First, developing and managing disaster prevention infrastructure to protect people's lives and property, including the management of rivers, coasts, dams, erosion controls. Second, strengthening the resilience of lifelines such as transport, communications, and energy, and guaranteeing alternatives. Third, strengthening public-private partnerships, including ensuring business continuity in times of disaster. Fourth, using new technology, especially digital technologies. And fifth, improving local authorities' disaster prevention capacities, taking into account each region's unique characteristics. The last 2 pillars are the ones newly adopted, but as we can easily understand, those policy pillars that I just mentioned are basic elements for national resilience of any country, and actually not totally new at all. Even the newly added 4th pillar, that is, using a new technology, especially digital technologies, is a natural addition if we are to avail ourselves of everything we can use as an effective tool. As I mentioned earlier, remember the basics and build upon them. With regard to the use of digital technologies, I would also like to note that we need to effectively address the issue of the fake information, especially fake requests for relief and assistance that would impede the delivery of service where it is genuinely needed. In the case of the Noto Peninsula earthquake I mentioned at the beginning, according to the local authorities, out of 1,091 requests for emergency rescue services, 104, nearly 10%, were found out to be fake requests after the rescue teams arrived at the scene where the rescue was requested. I would also like to draw your attention to the strengthening of whole-of-nation approach, which is not new either, but we can do more to add to what we have done in the past. Education and drills at school, closer communication between the central and local governments, private companies developing and updating business continuity plans, BCPs, academia working closer with the government for data sharing and analysis, as well as policy recommendations. And in making all these efforts by respective parties and in collaboration with each other, we can also add new elements taking into account climate change risks and gender dimension, such as accelerating the installation of renewable energy systems using local resources, increasing the percentage of women in local disaster management bodies to prevent the occurrence of sexual violence and domestic violence in shelters. In building upon whole-of-nation approach mentioned above, the government of Japan is advancing its efforts further, which is the planned establishment of the Disaster Management Agency. The rationale behind this is, firstly, Japan is facing the reality of possible future disasters with increased frequency and severity, including the so-called Nankai Trough earthquake, with the 80% probability of occurrence in the next 30 years, and an earthquake occurring directly beneath the Tokyo metropolitan area with a 70% probability within the same time frame of 30 years. Secondly, in Japan, we also need to take into account rapidly aging society with declining birth rate. I understand the same is happening here in Sri Lanka too. Thirdly, we are facing worsening situations of aging infrastructure around the country, in many parts of the country. Amid all these alarming surroundings, disaster management of Japan, which has been conducted with the respective efforts of different government ministries and agencies under the coordination of the disaster management section of the Prime Minister's office, needs to be further strengthened. This is why the government is planning to create a more centralized and powerful body, a new disaster management agency, as a control and command center of all activities related to disaster management across all levels of government and all segments of society. A preparatory task force for the establishment of the agency was formed in November 24 in the Cabinet Office, and the agency itself is scheduled to be established within the Japanese fiscal year 2026. The work is in progress right at this moment. As we always say in Japan, you can never be too prepared. Let me touch upon briefly some of the most recent bilateral cooperation endeavors between the governments of Japan and Sri Lanka. By the grant assistance of the government of Japan, a project for installing Doppler radars is being implemented in Puttalam to enhance the capability of meteorological projections and early warning, and a Yenlong project for the digitalization of terrestrial television broadcasting system is also in progress in Sri Lanka, which includes in its scope digitalized warning system during an emergency. With the Sri Lankan military forces, the self-defense forces of Japan have been assisting the Sri Lankan military in its capacity building for search and rescue. Training programs for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief are also being scheduled early next year, including aerial medical evacuation. And most recently, when His Excellency the President Dissanayake visited Japan in September this year, the two governments signed an agreement to provide unmanned aerial vehicles to the Sri Lankan Navy for enhancing maritime surveillance and disaster response capabilities under the new assistance scheme called Official Security Assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand APAD Sri Lanka puts an emphasis on private sector involvement, including the mobilization of resources through effective public-private partnerships. As mentioned earlier, disaster preparedness and response need all-inclusive, all-participatory approach. Under the PPP framework, the utilization of the Private Finance Initiative, PFI, can be further promoted, including the construction of storage facilities and emergency temporary housing. The PPP can also promote the development of BCPs for strengthening disaster response abilities in the private sector by providing, for example, low-interest loans to corporate entities equipped with an effective BCPs. Under the new administration, The Japanese government designated last month 17 strategic sectors to fuel economic growth through public and private investments. One of those being disaster prevention and national resilience. Digitalization can also make it easy to prepare a roster for NPOs and volunteers who can be of assistance in case of a disaster, or to develop a mapping of projected damage by using AI, and many other things can be done using AI, which itself is developing day by day. In concluding my remarks, I sincerely hope that with the expertise and enthusiasm of the participants who gathered here today in this hall, innovative and creative ideas will be discussed that can be put into practical use in the future. And in so doing, remember the basics and build upon them. Yes, it is conventional wisdom, but it is important to remember always. I wish you all a fruitful meeting, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your thought-provoking address and Japan's long-standing partnership with Sri Lanka and APAD. With this in mind, we now turn to our first panel discussion, titled as Rethinking Preparedness, Responding Better and Faster in an Era of Complex Crisis. This conversation will highlight how preparedness must evolve in an era of overlapping emergencies. Sri Lanka's financial systems, ports, and private sector already carry enormous potential, and when effectively connected, these systems can ensure resilience not just for our country, but for the wider region. Our panel discussion, moderated by Ms. Nishani Jayamaha, co-coordinator of the Climate and Environment Charter for Humanitarian Organizations, with over 20 years of experience in disaster management, humanitarian response, and climate action across the UN and international agencies. She brings extensive expertise to this discussion. As this segment promises to be insightful, allow me to introduce and invite our distinguished panelists. Ms. Kaori Neki, Director and Head of Management Office at APAD Japan and Chairperson of Civic Force. Dr. Rohan Fernando, Executive Director of Plantations and Business Development of the Aitken Spence Group. Mr. Firzan Hashim, Chief Operating Officer, APAD and Country Director, APAD Sri Lanka. Mr. Shao Huang Chang, Director General of the National Fire Agency, Ministry of the Interior, Taiwan, Republic of China, and Ms. Nadira Rajapaksha, Senior Environmental Specialist, World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, with this remarkable lineup of experts, we now hand over the session to Ms. Nishani Jayamaha to lead the discussion.
So much. Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, everyone. Lovely to have you all here today, and a distinguished panel as well. We'll be joined by Ms. Neki soon. I think we've had a really interesting start to this panel already, the symposium, with keynote speakers from the ambassador to everyone who's really given a setting of the scene of what we at not just in Sri Lanka level, but at global level, are facing in terms of multiple crises and disasters. And perhaps to kickstart this conversation and setting the scene on this panel, one of the times that, so maybe those who don't know who the Climate and Environment Charter is, it's basically a framework of 7 commitments that have been developed by the humanitarian sector for the humanitarian sector to be able to be climate smart and environmentally sustainable. And we have 500 signatories from over 160 countries around the world, and APAD Sri Lanka is a signatory to the charter, hence the connections here. And also, we have 14 member states and EU who have signed, including Japan. So Japan is also a signatory to the Climate and Environment Charter for humanitarian organizations, and strengthening how are we looking at, in terms of crises, ensuring that climate change and climate impacts are incorporated into our programming and our operations and our response, and at the same time, how are we looking at environment sustainability, the do no harm, do more good, how are we enhancing and capacitating local leadership and strengthening local action, because on the ground, the first responders are communities, our search and rescue teams, our disaster management authorities, our volunteers. So how are we doing that better, and how are we looking at collective collaborative action across different sectors, be it humanitarian, development, peace building, resilience, risk reduction? How are we connecting these frameworks at global level, but also at country level? The climate environment frameworks, we had the COP30 that just finished in Brazil this weekend. Then we have the SDGs. We have humanitarian frameworks and response mechanisms. These are all intersections that we need to be coordinating better at national level. And then how do we bring in civil society, private sector, and others who are working on the ground, foundations, and we saw strengthening this sort of collaboration better. So one of the first things that we had in the beginning of the year at the European Humanitarian Forum, which was organized by the EU and the Charter, was a session on the economics of climate and environment in humanitarian action. And why are we talking about the economics? It's how do we do preparedness better? How are we actually looking at efficiency, effectiveness, and return of investment? Because in the end, it is about saving lives, but also how are we doing this in a more efficient manner, that we are able to face impacts that are now more and more increasing, but at the same time, how are we looking long-term, foresight, futures thinking of what do we expect and how do we need to better prepare to face these impacts that are going to be multiple and multi-layered. We heard about the debt crisis, financial crisis. Sri Lanka is no stranger to these crises. We've faced tsunami, we've faced floods, landslide, I think, and conflict, right? So we have a lot of rich experiences that we can take to the global, and also to have that global experiences coming to the local, including regional. So I'd like to first kickstart the conversation and turn to our first panelists. And just to mention, we have a few panelists who are not here today. Regrets have been sent by DG from the DMC and also from the Additional Secretary to the President, but instead we have a rich panel already who have a lot to contribute. My first question actually would be to you, Director General DG Xiao. You're part of the National Fire Agency Ministry and you're the Director General, and we heard how search and rescue is crucial, and we heard about Myanmar and how it's crucial. Taiwan's NFA, the National Fire Agency, has developed world-class urban search and rescue capacities. And this has happened not overnight. It has happened through the 3 decades of work that you've put into, right? And with these sort of teams deployed across Asia Pacific, for countries like Sri Lanka, who are just, who are also quite strengthened in our capacities. What do you think, though, as strategies and frameworks and systems that we need to put in place for countries like ours, as Sri Lanka, to ensure that financially, politically, and even administratively, because these are all cross-cutting, what do you think that needs to be put in place so that we are better prepared to respond to increasing impacts that we're going to face, not just in the future, but already facing now? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm honored to be here and attend this symposium and work with APEC. For Taiwan, as you know, 25 years ago, there's a major earthquake happened in central part of Taiwan. We have no resources, we have no urban search and rescue team and code, and anything is not happen at that time. So 33 countries come to Taiwan and assist us. From that time on, we try to find out how can we do. What's the fault for us during 91 earthquake? So we then found Japan, found United States, from many countries. We need to find the best solution for Taiwan. So both for the software and hardware was created for past 25 years. So the training center was set it up. So we then, actually I'm the first director of training center. I travel around the world and find the best solution for training. It's the first priority. So we send our instructor overseas to take the advanced courses and invite the instructor from the world to Taiwan and build our own training center in Nantou. Actually, it's the third largest in the world for training center, especially for Indo-Pacific country. I think it's the best in Asia Pacific country. We hope this training center will provide the training courses at this area. So we work with APEC and provide the training courses at this country. And the training courses, actually we try to add to National Fire Protection Association from United States. So the training courses is an international requirement. And when we take the training courses, we need to show up job performance requirement. So for the past maybe 6 years, we work with Sri Lanka, most for sweetwater rescue and also for rescue, dog rescue. And past 2 weeks, we invite with APEC from Sri Lanka, Philippines, and Red Cross in Taiwan. We raise urban search and rescue training courses in Taiwan. So the attendees are very happy to take this kind of training courses. It's quite important for the international sharing. Taiwan was very happy for that. So I believe due to climate change, there are so many issues we need to face for that. Sweetwater rescue, rob rescue, hazmat, emergency medical technician, urban search rescue team. Is an issue we need to do for that. And for the court, for the experience for our 91 earthquake experience, we set up the disaster prevention and protection court. It's quite important for the national level. How can we speak same language? It's quite important for that. Then we can speak with local government. So we take the lesson from United States for the emerging support function. How can we play the function by function and work as a team from national level to county level? We speak same language, then we can share for each other. Even though we do that, this year we suffer with two major typhoons, one west part and one for this debris stem, cause us a lot of problem for us. So we need to amend it. What's the two major typhoons in Taiwan this year? We try to find a way out. Maybe we need to get the lesson from Japan. And also, we also provide the training courses, most for general public, disaster prevention, volunteer, bonsai siki, is a way we learn from Japan. And also, we learn the lesson from FEMA, United States, Community Emergency Response Team. This means we provide the training courses for critical infrastructure. It's quite important for them to protect themselves, or even for the county level. How can they do? It's kind of consideration for bottoms up. It's quite important for that. Otherwise, government can do nothing. We need to emphasize our energy on our general public. It's a way we try to do. Junction is mentioned come from ambassador. So whole of society resistance is a way we are doing now. That's been function by function. We need to practice joint training, joint exercise, and joint operation. So come from training, we speak same language. Come from exercise as an experience from Philippines and Fiji. We apply the exercise for the Nankai Trench Fault tsunami. It's a simulation, we try to do that. Then, as you know, the Turkey earthquake. So we send our urban situation rescue team. As you know, we come from joint training, joint exercise. The joint operation will be show up. It's a lesson what we learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And that's really important point that you made on whole of society approach, and actually to have these systems in place for government as well and for organizations to be able to accept, to be able to work with whole of society, right? And that's crucial. And you mentioned training and that it's not just for only your search and rescue teams, but for community. Because if the community is not aware of what needs to be done, whatever the little bit that the response teams are able to do is not going to be enough. And bringing that all together is important to have these systems in place. And I think these are lessons that we can learn also from Sri Lanka. And I think on that whole looking at systems and frameworks and looking at strategies and mechanisms, I'd like to go to you, Nadira. Nadira, you're the Senior Environment Specialist at the World Bank, and we just had COP30, and we had quite a few initiatives that was raised at COP30 that are looking at nature, conservation, that's looking at so many aspects that are looking at national strengthening. And multilateralism is something that we're seeing, is a harder push these days to move. But where is it at the country level and national levels are crucial to be strengthened, where we're linking globally and locally. And so in this, also to mention that Sri Lanka is ranked the 23rd in Global Risk Index, which is quite high for a small country like ours, etc. What do you see as the strategies, mechanisms that we would need to embed, taking into account climate adaptation and looking at that local national resilience links that we're seeing that needs to be put into place, into planning? Over to you, Nadira. Oh, sorry, it's too. I will come back to you, Riji.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here as a panelist. So I'll just, I have a couple of points to highlight in my answer. And recently, the World Bank completed a a very interesting diagnostic called the Country Climate and Development Report. I have just a printout just to show everyone. This was published about 2 weeks ago. As you said, Sri Lanka is very vulnerable to climate change, and it is impacting our development process, right? And also, I think at the same time, it's important to understand how climate change is impacting us. It is anticipated that the average temperatures in Sri Lanka will rise, and the rainfall will become more variable and more unpredictable. So increased temperature has very adverse implications on labor productivity and also agricultural productivity, Sri Lanka being predominantly a rural agricultural country. And also the variable rainfall, which is manifested in long periods of drought, short intense rainfall leading to flooding. The report estimates that the last 50 years average spend on flood-related costs in Sri Lanka exceeds comes to about $380 million, which is quite a lot for a small country like Sri Lanka. So if the predicted climate changes take place, the Country Climate and Development Report, I'll refer to it as a CCDR in short. The CCDR estimates that by 2050, climate-related disasters will cost about 3.3 to 3.5% of our GDP by 2050, and have very adverse impacts on labor productivity, agricultural productivity, and also intensified flooding in urban areas. And as we know, climate impacts also disproportionately affect the poor and the vulnerable, and if we don't combat this properly, poverty rates are bound to increase. So the report, basically we looked at the rural sector, the urban sector, and the energy sector, the three most important sectors. Basically, the coverage under these three sectors basically is quite, extensively covers almost all the important economic sectors. So I'll talk about the rural sector. Basically, as you said, I think Sri Lanka's biggest fortune is the natural resources that we have been blessed with, right? And this is our best insurance, best guarantee against the climate change impacts that are anticipated to come about. But we know that our development, the wealth creation, although the wealth creation has taken place, it has also taken place at the cost of a lot of environmental degradation. We are ranked, the Yale Environmental Index on Ecosystem Vitality, we are ranked as 146th country out of 180 countries in the world, which basically tells how much attention or how much investments we have made into protecting the very natural resource base that is the biggest buffer against climate change. So rural areas is where 80% of our people live, and sectors like agriculture, tourism, fisheries are driving many livelihoods, jobs, and economic growth. And all of these sectors are basically feeling the punch of climate change, in addition to feeling the punch of the overexploitation that's happening. So the report basically makes a case for better natural resources management within integrated landscapes. Right now, every economic actor basically looks upon a parcel of land as having just one single function, right? This is for the road construction, this is for fisheries, this is for this, that. But in fact, actually, these landscapes are multifunctional. So I think basic recognition that landscapes are multifunctional and serves multiple purposes need to be really built into every sectoral plan. Then we also looked at agriculture, which is showing extreme vulnerability to climate change, and the benefits of adopting climate-smart agricultural practices. There are many technologies, a long menu of climate-smart agricultural options to choose from, but right now the uptake is very slow in Sri Lanka. And this is due to various structural flaws and inefficiencies within the way subsidies are offered and things like that. We also looked at the fisheries sector. The fisheries, the marine production cannot increase anymore because the stocks are fully overexploited. And that's because of the fishing effort has been increased over the past so many years without any management of, without any plans to manage the stock per se. And in addition, climate change, which we haven't even begun to understand how climate change is impacting our fisheries. So managing our natural resources in an integrated fashion where demands of the economic demands are met sustainably, supplied sustainably within a sustainable management framework is going to be extremely important. I'll also speak a little bit about water. Water is right now, it's not a scarce commodity, but it's going to become a scarce commodity. And water is going to be, can also lead into conflicts because in the future we can expect certain areas to be rich in water and other areas to be scarce in water. So I think planning for those futures, increasing storage, planning where trans-basin diversions need to be done, and planning to manage our watersheds are going to be extremely critical. I have a few more buckets, but I think my time is run out, so maybe I can come back in the later stage.
Definitely space for you to come back and provide that. And it's very interesting that you mentioned that, we look at things in such a siloed approach when we are looking at planning and landscapes. And this is unfortunately the case at global level, but also at national level. Who do we better? Can you hear me? Let me just take. Okay. How do we do better integrated planning so that we're taking into account not just if it's road construction, development, but also looking at how we taking into account nature in our development processes is really crucial to conserve for not just future generations, but also, as you said, water scarcity, etc. We're seeing that already now in some parts of Sri Lanka. And I'd like to maybe head over to you, Dr. Rohan Fernando. You're the Executive Director and Head of Cooperation Strategy and Sustainability and Plantations at Aitken Spence. And this is the conversation we want to have on how do we look at public-private partnerships, right? And where is the role and what's the role of private sector in terms of supporting the broader government strategies and policies and mechanisms. So as we talked about integrating planning and long-term resilience building, Aitken Spence has been looking at a build better before concept that has been there for quite a while with Aitken Spence, and looking at that foresight and prevention, which is what we're also looking at. How do we do preparedness better? So how can Aitken Spence and other private sector businesses strengthen this sort of national preparedness, long-term foresight, planning, thinking that needs to take in place in order for us to be dealing with better climate impacts and also resilience in Sri Lanka? And any insights from your experiences and your ethos would be really great to hear from you.
Thank you very much. I must first thank Mr. Hashim for inviting me onto this panel. I'd like to begin by echoing the sentiments expressed by the Ambassador, His Excellency, who said, you cannot be too prepared. So you can have all the systems in place with climate change and all the other elements that are today affecting business. But what I want to start by saying is, from Aitken Spence point of view, our main foundation is transformed thinking. We have transformed the thinking of all our businesses. We have 16 businesses. We are in 9 countries, although I'll be focusing today on Sri Lanka. So how do you ensure that all the businesses are better prepared to meet the challenges? I'll give you a few examples. Almost 2 years ago, we carried out an earthquake drill when Sri Lanka is not really, or at least not, our business areas are prone to earthquakes, but that's how proactive we have been. We also do firefighting drills in the night because these fires don't come with warning. So as a result, sometimes we are working in the office in the night and there is a fire, and it happened once. So I'm giving you some examples of how we are proactively, I'm using the word trying because nothing is foolproof. Another example I wanted to say is we unveiled a heat map in fact, at the APAD event, and identified our businesses, linking them to this heat map, where we show the areas that are vulnerable in Sri Lanka and where our businesses are placed and how we can proactively engage in these areas when vulnerabilities hit. Because today in Sri Lanka, the range of vulnerabilities is enormous. You're talking of floods in the south, you're talking of drought in the north central province. Too much of rain in the upcountry, earth slips there, and similar dry weather in the east coast and in the north. So how do you respond proactively? So we train and create the awareness amongst our employees. And we do that on a regular basis. We in fact have a disaster risk reduction team led by a senior professional under the main board of directors, and where we educate them on the disaster risk mitigation strategies and to be always aware of what's happening around us so that you can move in at short notice wherever disaster strikes. The other area which we are concerned about is also, as I said, we are in countries like Fiji, where cyclones are rampant. So how do you respond there? So the point I'm trying to make is that we have a comprehensive, well-coordinated disaster risk reduction strategy that meets the challenges as they come. And our foundation is change of culture, change of thinking, commitment, and to ensure that we collaborate with all the other organizations, notably the government. We recently had a program with the Air Force, where we learn from them and they learn from us. So these are some of the areas that we are trying hard to do. And of course, a well-trained disaster risk reduction team comprising of multidisciplinary professionals, from engineers to people, human resources specialists, and so on and so forth. I will elaborate on this in my next panel.
Sure.
That's okay.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that's really useful to say how business continuity is crucial for organizations like you because of your multifaceted ways of approach to work. And that means it's a bit like what DG Shao mentioned. Your communities, your businesses, the whole of society approach of how do we make sure that we are strengthening systems. And it's really interesting. I would love to hear more on, how you're transform thinking and cultural change, because that's really one of the hardest things to do. Behavior change and culture change, right? How do we have a better approach to this? We'll come back to you on many of these points. Harsh, I'd like to move on to you. When we had this panel discussion at the European Humanitarian Forum, we brought the experiences of how Sri Lanka has been working on public-private partnerships, leveraging already existing mechanisms, etc., to make sure that we're prepared. And it was interesting that Sri Lanka had so much to offer, right? Because we've had conflict, we've had tsunami, we've had floods, we've gone through economic crisis, debt crisis. And I think this is something that we don't take as much forward in terms of how do we cross-fertilize. And I think my question to you would be, Harsh, with APAD being such a vast network of Asia-Pacific countries, what are some of those lessons learned among these countries that you as APAD Sri Lanka is taking on to put in place at the Sri Lanka context of being prepared and private sector partnerships and building resilience? Very broad, but
Yeah.
over to
Thank
you.
you very much. For those who don't know Nishani, I think she was the pioneer with the Ministry of Disaster Management and Human Rights. That's how we started the ministry. And she was there with the minister at that time, and there was a very challenging time, in fact, during the conflict. And I think most of the questions she can answer. But in terms of APAD, I think what I need to tell you is how APAD was established. In 2011, after the Japanese Great Eastern Earthquake, the civic force which was there in Japan realized the strength of the private sector, how much of resources could be harnessed in Japan, and how they could work and reach out to the people. In terms of access, in terms of food, into the food security and medical equipments that they require. So they use the private sector aircraft, whether it was the ships or whatever, and sent it out to the people very fast. So that's the model that they wanted to introduce in the Asia-Pacific region, and we were good enough in terms of APAD Sri Lanka to be established 2 years after, and that's what we are here. But looking into the APAD itself, how it, from the infant stage, how it has come up to what it is now, it is about localization. Each of the country has its own style, how it would operate. So we have that liberty from the management office to ensure that we are fully localized. In terms of Sri Lanka, I think it is more about understanding what we did before. We had the 30-year long conflict. We saw the complexity in terms of reaching out to people. During, when there were quite a lot of obstacles in terms of whether it was by the government, by the non-governments, the non-state actors, and the military, and so on. So that was a learning lesson for us. But then we also saw the strength of the private sector, and we figured out after the tsunami funding and after the funding which came after that, when it eased off and when the war was over, then came the recovery, reconstruction, development. And it's very flashy to have money during emergencies, but then when it comes to transition in terms of early recovery and development, there is a massive shortage. So this is where we thought the private sector needs to be incorporated. Of course, 2016, the UN Secretary General was speaking of it at the World Humanitarian Summit. Yeah. But we had started well before that, but we saw the strength. But what would you give to the private sector? Private sector would not just come in. But then we thought about ensuring that the private sector is resilient. Even during a crisis, their supply chain works. What do they need? The BCPs, the strength that they have. And whilst giving that, we also work with the government in ensuring that we support the government. Government is always the lead, but the coordination mechanisms which bring in and streamlining quite a few things which were very ad hoc. So our area of work in Sri Lanka especially is to ensure that there is collaboration. APAD is not owned by anyone, but it is owned by everybody, whether it is a child, whether it is a company, whether it is an organization, whether it is a government. So it's a platform which is there to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and ensure that there is collaborative effort in delivering to the people in need. So I will leave it at that for the moment. Yeah.
Thanks. That's very interesting to hear how you work with private sector to look at that resilience. And I think you've worked with Aikin Spins quite a lot on this, among others who are also in this room, from what I gather. And I think this is something that we need to look at leveraging. And I would like to turn to you, DG Shah, about His Excellency, the Ambassador to Japan, mentioned about how do we leverage technology and AI, artificial intelligence, in the work we do. And one of the questions I had is, how do we work with private sector and collaborate with private sector to leverage this sort of technological advancement to be used to save lives in your search and rescue operations, or even capacities of understanding risk better, climate risk better? And what would be some of the strategies, if you have used any in Taiwan, or how do you use technology to make sure we are enhancing your capacities to be more forward-thinking?
Actually, it's not easy for the corporation. So we spend a lot of energy for the corporation, not only for public and government, but also for the general public. So I just mentioned the disaster relief volunteer and for the community emergency response team is a way we work with the general public. And the other way, how can we work with the local government? So we need to share the common operation picture. So what's happened now is the issue we try to do for our daily time. So fire department in Taiwan is a backbone for the communication. So we share the information from local government, and it will be feedback simultaneous to National Fire Agency. So we will receive all the information right away. So we will know exactly what happened now. So when the capability is beyond the local government, we will create a mutual assistance during county by county, and we will create the Central Emergency Operations Center when the disaster is beyond our capability. It will be operated within 1 hour. So all the information we connect with the emergency management information cloud. So it will be the way for the dual communication and also for the county who they need. And we share the same picture, and then we share how can we support us. So I just mentioned the emergency support function. What kind of function you need? You will send your resources for the mutual assistance. And for the international society, this 91 exercise, we invite 13 countries come send their urban safety rescue team to Taiwan. That means we need your resources and come and assist us. How can we work with each other? I just mentioned the joint training. So we need to speak same language, both for the government and also for private, and also for NGO and volunteer. So for this time at Hualien, there are major typhoon, and 500,000 volunteers rush on the site, volunteer. How can they join with the effort by volunteer? It's quite important. And we need to share how can they do for the on-site rescue mission. Is a way we try to figure out how can we work with the general public. And also we share the communication. Actually, it's not a command control issue. We need to cooperate with communication, cooperation, and collaboration. So we need to work as a team. Work as a team is a key priority for the effort on the disaster effort. So we cannot order you to do something. We need to cooperate with you. You can do something with me. So we do it as a team. For the effort at Hualien, we spent for 1 month. And we send our army on site, township by township. And it's a combination with army, government, and the general public. So we can do within 1 month. As you know, the debris dam failure. And the river is over 5 meter height. And the township was flooded with debris. So you cannot imagine what's happened for that. And it's also the first time. We didn't meet that before. So we need to face that for the climate change. Everything will be happen. And for the case in Tainan, all the rooftop was washing down. And the electrical power was down. As you know, the 119 and 110 for emergency communication, it was totally down. We can't get any emergency call. So we didn't know nothing. What's happened now? So we focus on the communication for the fire station and also for the police station. How we can reinforce for the vulnerability and the resistance for the fire station and police station is a way we consider for that. And how can we connect with police and fire and also for army and also for Coast Guard? It's kind of the consideration. We need to coordinate with others simultaneously. Then we can know each other very well. Then we can use our resources on the side simultaneously. So the case for Hualien, we spent for only 1 month. Otherwise, in my imagination, it would be 3 months at this. So it's quite important. Teams are work as a team. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. And then you raise key points of communication, information management, and language. And that's really important in terms of disaster preparedness response. How are we communicating the same message that people understand? And language, obviously, we also mean by not just the same language of what does it mean, do we need to respond now, do we need to evacuate now, is it only a warning? But it's also language, right? Language is important. Local languages, are we disseminating it in the language people understand? And we will come back to this, I think, in parts of our conversation. I'd like to go to you, Nadira, on one of the key problems that we're all facing: funding, finances, right? Not just in the humanitarian sector, the development sector, but also in general. Climate financing for countries like Sri Lanka is extremely crucial if we are meant to be adapting already beforehand to climate change, before it's a no return. And there's conversations about loss and damage fund, where there's funds now going to be dispersed for losses and damages incurred due to climate change. How can governments access it? It's about to be opened up right now through the fund that's also managed by the World Bank. So Nadira, maybe one of the questions I have to you is, what should be some of the approaches for countries like Sri Lanka to unlock the potential of climate financing that's out there, in terms of incorporating that and blending it with risk reduction, resilience building, and preparedness, and tapping into a country like Sri Lanka of green economy and blue economy? We talk about this, maybe you can unpack that a little bit, but how can we tap that? Over to you.
Thanks. I think my first point is that climate finance can be local, domestic, and international both, right? And I think about 2 weeks back, the government released Sri Lanka, the climate finance strategy for Sri Lanka, which basically gives a good overview of the climate finance solutions and opportunities that Sri Lanka can basically access. And also the country climate development report that we just launched estimates for the next 25 years, we would need about $220 billion in no-regret investments for climate mitigation and adaptation. Now, that kind of money is going to be impossible for the public sector alone to cough up, right? So we have to look into the private sector and the international finance. So I think the report has taken a very, the country climate development report basically outlines the short-term financing options as well as the long-term financing options available for Sri Lanka. In the short term, I think we really need to work with the private sector more to mobilize private capital, work with the government, providing, coming up, designing tax structures and offering tax incentives to enable green development, and also working in the agricultural sector, reforms that can lead to more uptake of climate smart agricultural practices, and also working with the banking sector to align their loans lending portfolio more with climate goals, right? I mean, we have no dearth of plans and action plans and roadmaps. It's just not embedded in every sector, across sectors. But in the long term, I think you probably, would be more interested in knowing how Sri Lanka can access the sustainable finance market in terms of green bonds, blue bonds, and sustainability-linked loans. So the World Bank also conducted a diagnostic last year on Sri Lanka's readiness to access the sustainable finance market. And what we realized is that, while there has been some groundwork that has been done, and the Ministry of Finance is highly interested, there's a little bit more work to be done for Sri Lanka to access these funds. Accessing these funds is not easy. There needs to be a lot of preparedness. So right now we don't have a pipeline of bankable projects to throw into the sustainable finance market. And there is some preparatory work that needs to be done so that in a couple of years we can line up bankable projects in the priority sectors. There are regulatory barriers with regard to land and land use and conservation, the laws that govern conservation. Certain clarifications need to be made, because working with sustainable finance loans also means working with various partners also, right? How do we bring in these partnerships? And then in terms of the government's capacity, these sustainable finance loans, what I understand is, they're very complex projects and require a lot of coordination across sectors. So we need to develop that capacity within the public institutions to be able to negotiate, manage these complex projects and loans. And also building the expertise. Structuring these loans need expertise. I mean, the World Bank has done the most recently the blue bond in Seychelles and the Ocean Prosperity Loan in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. And they need a lot of work to be done, right? So you need the right kind of expertise to be brought in to structure those loans, and also data, because all these sustainability loans are linked to some conservation outcome. So you have to be able to demonstrate that from your baseline, these targets, the KPIs are being met, and being able to prove that you're on track and you're going to be meeting these targets. So I think there needs to be some preparedness, a roadmap, and the CCDR basically suggests that the government should set up a sustainable finance commission that brings in the necessary coordination expertise and lays out the roadmap, so that in a couple of years we'll be ready to access these markets.
Thanks. And I would turn to you, Rohan, to maybe pick your brain on, Nadira just mentioned about how private sector can get engaged in this sort of accessing climate finance, but more on how can private sector's role, and what would that role look like in terms of working in partnership to have a pitch Sri Lanka to be one of those countries that is able to absorb some of these financing, to be ready. And maybe I'm going a little off script on a question for you, but do you have any thoughts of how, as you can see with Aiken Spence and a role of a private sector, that you could be engaging with government, engaging with other partners and beyond, to be able to strengthen this sort of relationship and partnership to access finance?
Yeah, thank you. Well, we already are. For instance, we have a very strong sustainability strategy. And as a result, DEG, the German bank, has been funding us on many of our projects for the last, I think, over 8 to 10 years. That shows that we have very strong corporate governance principles, and those are the things that attracts, green financing and those types of, new instruments that are available today. We being a public listed company, we need to show very strong corporate governance principles and to be always compliant in every aspect of our businesses. So that's all. Our transformation strategy is all about that. It's not only about climate risk, but it's about business continuity. And it's also about being different. How do we differentiate ourselves? For instance, this climate financing, is not for everybody. So how do we pitch to some of the donors? So we have been quite successful, not only in financing, but in, donor funding for various types of humanitarian projects or social development projects. For instance, a quick one on the plantations, we have the one and only elders home for retired workers, and that was solely funded by a French NGO, simply because they knew that we were committed to ensuring that we look after our workers. So coming back again to your question, if you are transparent, if you show, it's like showing a bank here. Not only do you have a strong balance sheet, but do you practice ethics in business today? Today, with all these, with all the government implementing very strongly principles of bribery and anti-corruption, the private sector also has to show that we are, very, very compliant, and that not only do we speak, but we walk the talk. So I can tell you, where Atkins Spence is concerned, that kind of culture comes right from the top. And so going back to this, the whole theme of this conference is about business continuity planning and ensuring that we walk the talk. So we start with our managing directors. Every managing director is trained, is communicated effectively about all what is expected from them in terms of business community planning, not only in terms of climate issues, but in general, because at the end of the day, what's it about? It's all about business. How does your business continue if there's a disaster? How are your employees going to be fed? So that's the kind of strategies that we practice at Atkins Spence, covering the financing. And we've been all these years, we funded the one and only waste-to-energy project in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, Colombo would have been a stinking mess if not for Atkins Spence. So these are the kinds of things that we do. We don't always look at return on investment, but we also look at what we can contribute to the community. So coming back to your question, going forward, there is a lot of opportunities for green financing. They are not easy to get, but we also have to be proactive and show these donors, these banks, the financial institutions that we are very, very committed in our commitment to society, to our shareholders, and to the community at large. And where Atkins Spence is concerned, we believe very strongly in partnerships. For instance, we have a very strong partnership with APAD, led by Mr. Hashim. That's why we are here today, and we have benefited strongly by that partnership, by training our people. Then we have a very strong partnership with NBRO, then the Ministry of Disaster Management. In fact, on our disaster risk reduction day, all of them came and shared their experiences with our managing directors and the employees. So in going forward, in terms of looking at disaster risk reduction and looking at how you address climate change, partnerships to me would be the foundation, and that's something that every one of us, not only Atkins Spence, every one of us should collaborate to ensure continuity. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think I don't even have to sum it up. You summed it up exactly well, and I think transparency and accountability are exactly very key and important if we as Sri Lanka are also meant to be able to access some of these, big pockets of money, because there's a lot of accountability and rigorous due diligence in place that needs to be put in place. Hush, partnerships. I think we heard this across the board in all our panels, and I would like to maybe hear from you and from the APAD network on this, on advocacy and policy and where partnership sits. Those are the intersections of how do we make sure that we're advocating for better partnerships, and these partnerships are mutually co-beneficial to us, right? I think that one-sided doesn't work, so maybe you can elaborate or share some experiences in the network and among what you've been working on in Sri Lanka and showcase a little bit of what that looks like on the ground.
Just to pick from what Dr. Rohan stated, when we were having this few minutes of discussion with the Secretary of Defense outside, one of the things that he mentioned was exactly what Dr. Rohan said. Intent of the government is there, but the bureaucracy, the culture has to change. It takes a little bit of time. Likewise, not only the government, even the private sector or otherwise, even the humanitarian sector for that matter, it is very important that we look inwardly. Now, in terms of after establishing APAD, we have realized the strength of responding. It's not only about responding, but also resilience, community resilience, business resilience, how much there is to offer. Private sectors, there is so much within a private sector. And once we get into them, when we got into their boardrooms, spoke to them, and the interest of the hierarchy to take it down to the people on ground. And when you reach out to the private sector, you are reaching out to 100,000 people, maybe 20,000 families, because that's the strength they have within their private sector. Sometimes if the government is to conduct something in a rural area, you would have 10, 15 or 20. But here, when you have the private sector, you can inculcate the DRR context into their systems, institutionalize it. Partnership becomes very, very, very important. The government also has to be very transparent. It has to understand why private sector comes on board. There is a reputational risk for the private sector. How can we ensure that risk is negated, to ensure that they benefit out of it, to ensure that there's value addition? So the private sector will only partner if there is trust, if there is confidence, and obviously buffers like the platforms that we have would certainly help, because the intent of the private sector and the government is to ensure that there is safety and security with the people on ground. Likewise, the humanitarian sector. Without the humanitarian sector, you cannot work. You have the CBOs, you have the NGOs. If you look at Sri Lanka, the wealth of experience we have during the conflict. Everybody in the eastern province, western province, or otherwise know what the difficulty is, how to reach out to people. So it's a matter of how you tap the resources, coordinate it, and ensure that it goes down to grassroots levels. There are enough people over a call, you can just get so much of support, whether it is airlift, whether it is sea freight, whether it is to reach out. You will hear a lot about in the second panel about the coordination mechanisms there are, and they are willing to support those systems free of charge. So we don't need money. In fact, I have seen that for everything we talk about money, whether it is financing, climate financing, or reaching out to people, the strength we have and the Shramadana effect that we have Sri Lankans within ourselves to give and to ensure that the people do not suffer is there within us. But how do you harness that? How do you bring that partnership onto the board of directors or the boardroom of the corporate sector? So that's about trust. So partnership is key. I think we have spoken a lot about partnerships, but practically we have seen the results. Sometimes we can just sit in our homes, give a call, and get things done. That is how the partnerships work. We work so much with the Disaster Management Center, and I think the former DG is also here. He would come home and pick me from my home during the COVID restrictions that we had, so that we go to office, we coordinate with the private sector, reach out to the people. I think there is so much of stories that we could speak. of partnerships and how it has benefited people. And it also brings in a sense of, reconciliation, whether it is issues related to the internal issues that we have, whether it is ethnic issues, the religious issues, but all these partnerships will ensure that there is peace, harmony, and reaching out to the people at the right time.
Thanks. And I think you mentioned something very crucial. How do you tap into the social capacity and social network of Sri Lanka? We have so much of experience of having dealt with disasters and conflict, and tapping into that and the trust building in order to be able to make a call and actually get things done. And that often is sometimes the most crucial time that you need to do it. And with that, I would like to actually open up the floor for any questions. Do we have any microphones that could go around? Yeah. Anyone who has a question? We've heard quite a lot of Rich. We already have a gentleman in the front who's put his hand up. Please put your hand up so we can see, and we'll take a few questions. If you have a particular question for any one particular speaker or in the panel, please do mention that. Introduce yourself and your question first.
Yes, I am Ubaya. I am into conservation and environmental protection. My question directs to Ms. Nadira. It's a very comprehensive report on the CCDR. I saw it's a talk about the cross-cutting, and it talks about the sectoral recommendations. And you have a plan being given. Now, every country seeks for the funding, and it's been provided over a period of time as the recommendations goes. What is the mechanism you have within the World Bank, or the metrics that you have, or the checklist you have, to monitor progressively into the given recommendations and plans being implemented? Because the first recommendation is the policy implementation. So how do you monitor this? And this is a question that we have been asking for many years. And just to add on, if you take the Colombo flooding, it had been, for the last 10 years, had aggravated due to marshes being overfilled, and construction work had taken place by many sectors, public, private, and everybody. And it had led to 4 disaster situations in safety, security, environment, and the other sectors as well. How do you monitor this and give the guidelines, and to ensure that you progressively fund them, not at once?
Thanks. Thank you. Nadira, I'll let you answer this and then go to there's a question.
It's okay. Thank you very much for the question. Your first question is very interesting. How do we monitor? So these reports, these analytics and diagnostics influence policy dialogue in 2 ways. One is, so every 4 years, the World Bank develops a country partnership framework with the government of Sri Lanka, right? So it's basically an agreement in the next 4 years, whatever the available financing envelope, how would that be spent? And how would that capture the government's priorities? So one way is that, internally within the World Bank, we will try to keep our operations, whatever sector that we operate in, to ensure that, these especially related to climate mitigation, that these recommendations will be taken. So our area of influence, I would say, the World Bank is one development partner, right? It's probably 1 or 2% of Sri Lanka's development budget. So in that sense, I wouldn't say that we are able to dictate to the government to say, you have to implement. So these are recommendations. So within our programs and operations and our policy dialogue with the government, these recommendations are being pushed. And the operations are designed, the programs are designed, aligned with the recommendations that are coming out from this key diagnostics. These are core diagnostics. To answer your second question, it's a it's a question that's very close to my heart as well, because you remember in 2010 there were two devastating flood events in Colombo. I think one lasted for about 5 days. Nobody could get out of the house and all that. And then the government invested about $200 million again from a World Bank finance loan called Metro Colombo Urban Development Project to improve improve flood mitigation and readiness for urban flooding, right? And interestingly, one of the things that came out was that, with all the 200 billion spent on, a majority of the loan spent on pump houses and diversions and all that, they won't be effective. They won't deliver a flood-free Colombo if the wetlands are not there. And interestingly enough, in 1995, there was another assessment done on, it was called the Colombo Flood Detention Management Plan for Colombo Flood Detention Wetlands. At that time, it was recommended not to lose an inch of these wetlands if you want to keep the city free of floods. So since 1995 to 2000, to about 2000, the time that we did the modeling and all that, 2012, 40% of the wetlands have been lost. So the project supported a very comprehensive wetland management strategy that led to Colombo being declared also as a Ramsar accredited wetland city, right? World's first capital. And a very strong recommendation that the entire zone, every piece of wetland needs to be conserved. So one zone, one conservation zone with the recommendation that they be declared under the strongest conservation regulations so that these wetlands won't be touched. And lots of conversations around how to integrate this into urban policy, urban master plans, urban designs and all that. All that took place. But unfortunately, I don't think anyone can say that, this has been 100% implemented, right? So that I think we fail in terms of enforcement and implementation, and that's a very serious concern. But thank you for bringing that up because I wanted to highlight that earlier as well.
Perfect. Thanks. That's, I think, microphone's coming down. Thank you so much. I think it's really crucial that you mentioned how floods and wetland conservation are so integrated and important. We don't really take that into consideration. We have two more questions. We have one question from that gentleman there already who has a microphone. Please stand up and please ask your question, and to whom perhaps?
Yeah, thank you very much. Patrick Van Brian, former head of the Development Partner Secretariat and former World Bank UN here in Sri Lanka. My question, as we are into the theme of rethinking preparedness, we have seen that there's been a national tsunami preparedness drill very recently in Sri Lanka, 5th of November. And so I was wondering, it's very early after the drill, but if there's been any lessons, the outcome of this drill, and if we have a tsunami soon, are we better prepared? And so that's my question. I'm not very clear who can answer it, but if you can comment to it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patrick. And there's another gentleman there who,
I've been working with the plantations since 1962. And what we have experienced is, over the period of time, probably every 10 years, the same disasters have occurred over and over again. Now, what has happened at that time is we have not really prevented, but been able to put in place some areas of interest which can prevent we can prevent a disaster. But these disasters have occurred over and over again over the last 10 years. Now we are talking a lot about it now. Is our talk getting anywhere? I don't know. But is our talk could get somewhere in future? That too I don't know. So, based on what has been discussed this morning, could we address what we had gone through over the last period of 40 or 50 years, giving this area where we have gone through it every 10 years, maybe 15 years?
Thanks. Thank you very much for the question. And there's one more question.
Hello. Yeah. This is Amardeep. I am from DHL, Disaster Response Team. I'm heading South Asia Pacific and based in Delhi. So I was listening, Dr. Huan. It was really great to know about the Taiwan search and rescue and the preparedness. So you have a very strong early warning system in Taiwan, and same as you have a very strong search and rescue team. So I would like to be, I'm curious that what will be the future new technology on search and rescue, because that's a very important part after the crisis when the human life need to be saved, and we need to be rescue the people which are stuck due to the disaster. So how do you see that future technology which can be help to the world that is yet to become through the AI or the new research and development on in your sector, which is yet to be introduced to the country?
Thanks. Thank you so much for the questions. And we have one last question in front from our former DGDMC. Can we, yeah, sorry, and we'll come back to you on another round. We're making sure we have time. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a retired government official. My question goes to Madam Nadir, and I'm sure Harsh also can make his comments. Under this CCDR, in your own words, you mentioned buckets of vulnerabilities. And all these buckets of vulnerabilities should be mainstreamed into certain government mechanisms and certain government subjective ministries. And understanding the last budget, we found extremely mediocre concentration or the mediocre consideration given towards the subject of disaster, though we talk of rethinking preparedness. Do you have any influence, or how best you can influence the national authorities to consider and concentrate on these buckets which is identified and put into this report? Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe first I'll start with, could I go to you, DG Xiao, to maybe reflect on the question on how can technology be used in search and rescue in the future and already to enhance search and rescue capacities? Any ideas on how Taiwan can start it off, and then we can also be beneficial from this?
Yeah, for the climate change, we send a national alert by our cell phone. So it is a technology sharing for the general public. So it will be the best solution for the technology now. But besides for the cell phone, we use broadcasting. As you know, the Hualien case, there are so many original. They cannot learn the Chinese, Mandarinese. They only speak the original language. So it's a way we need to send the information both by new technology and also for the broadcasting in the local area. So it's a lesson we learn from that. And the technology will be the way. It is also for the firefighting now. As you know, the number of firefighting will be decreasing. You know, the shortage for the manpower. So we use a drone, and we use robots, and we use the automatic sprinkler as a message for the way we try to set it down. And also for the reporting system and the new technology. Yeah, we use information come from 119. And how can we know the ejectory location is the way we are doing now. So when you pick up the phone and dial 119, I can receive your location. So it will be easy for dispatching our fire engine, even for the ambulance. It will be sent simultaneous. And we use AI. As you know, AI will be advanced technology. So we use the AI to make a good judgment. So the case for the ambulance. So for the victim, what's the victim now? So we take AI to diagnosis on the site. What happened for that? Then we pass the information back to hospital. That we will send to hospital. It will send simultaneous. So it will be a good technology and a good channel for the information sharing. That's why I mentioned the common operation picture.
Thanks.
So for the disaster happen, how can we work as a team is the way we are doing now. So it's a solution for our new technology. So this kind of technology we share with Japan, with United States. It's advanced technology. How can we use that, especially for the first responder?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. That's really important to look at how do we work across technologies and use AI to be able to be much more efficient in our search and rescue and information sharing with others. Can I maybe go to you, Harsh, on maybe Patrick's question of lessons learned from the tsunami drill that we had. We've had a tsunami in 2004, and we had many drills and many setups. And I think the second panel is also going to address some of these maybe, but over to you.
Yes. So thank you for that question. I think in terms of the tsunami drill, the DMC keeps it alive by ensuring that every year that they go through. But of course, we can step it up in terms of whether it is only a day drill. How can we bring in the night-time drill? The lessons learned, yes, 20 years after, last year also we had a lot of discussions on that. But the inclusion of private sector in the 14 coastal districts, bringing in the hotels and so on, are the additions that have come in. But there is quite a lot to be done in terms of coordination also, whether it is with the private bus operators who use the coastal roads, the Ceylon Transport Board, and a few more things which has to be coordinated. But I think you are right, Patrick, in terms of how we can change gears, how can we move forward, and also not to do the same thing that we did back in 2004. But there is quite a lot, but I'm sure Asit in the next panel can give some light to that. On the former DG's note, I think I think we collectively also advocated for the Calido Beach down in Kaluthara. We have seen that inclusion in the budget as well. Some 2 billion or something has been allocated, and the approval has come in for the Coast Conservation Department to do. But there are holes which we need to fill through public-private partnership.
Absolutely. Thanks. And I think just following on from Harsha's comment and going to DG's budget question and where can we really include that, over to you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Like I said before, the World Bank, the bank has a partnership with the Ministry of Finance, the National Planning Department, and the sectoral ministries. So we carry out our programs through dialogue. Knowledge generation is part of our work, and we deliver the key messages to the government and try to influence through policy dialogue and program designs. But I'm not too sure whether we have any control over the national budget. Talking about the national budget, while it's that no large chunks of money has been really apportioned for climate adaptation and mitigation as such, I think there is so much that can be done also within what has been allocated. For example, road building. You can build your road business as usual, or you can embed in your feasibility study to really look at what are the hotspots that are vulnerable for flooding in 10 or 20 years, whatever the design horizon is, and improve the design based on the feedback of the feasibility. So, and also agriculture, within what has been given to the agriculture sector, much can be done in promoting climate smart agriculture. So I think while there may be no separate category, there is a lot that can be done within through changing the way we operate business as usual. Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things that really came up at this COP as well in Brazil was the indigenous local knowledge. We have so much of past historical indigenous knowledge that we have lost in terms of how do we manage water bodies in Sri Lanka, the reservoir management. I mean, you know, we've had so much of, I think the fact that we have these reservoirs that were built so many years ago and still functioning is actually, as you mentioned, to water scarcity. What was done thousands of years ago is still benefiting and reaping benefits right now, right? How do we look at this sort of conservation in a broader context, taking into account this knowledge and including this in our planning, our designing, and like an integrated approach is really crucial. And I'd like to turn to you, Dr. Rahan, on that last question of, you know, we've talked about this sort of, you know, how do we reduce risk? How do we make sure we are managing disasters, landslides, flooding, etc. And you work in the plantation. My father's an ex-planter, so I've lived in those plantations as well when I was a young child and seen some of the, you know, challenges faced. And also linking it to the hotel industry, as mentioned, you know, within the tsunami warnings, etc. What can some of that roles of the private sector be to strengthen some of your own areas in terms of plantations, tourism, that then also can translate to better national preparedness?
I'll first begin with plantations. For instance, you know, many years ago, you know, earth slips were rampant and many worker cottages got damaged. But today, I must say that it has significantly reduced. I won't say it has been completely eliminated, but it has been significantly reduced because now you are not allowed to build, you know, worker housing unless with approval from the NBRO and the Environmental Authority. And therefore, we really don't have any serious problem where estate cottages which have been built in the recent past have been affected by earth slips. There are whatever has been affected has been of housing built many, many years ago. And sometimes the workers, when you ask them to leave those areas, they don't want to go. Sometimes you have to force them. So there is some strong measures have been taken to ensure that earth slips don't affect worker housing, which is, and earth slips has been a major problem on plantation. The next is in terms of, you know, droughts. You know, 1983, we had one of the worst droughts in Sri Lanka. Rainwater harvesting and irrigation was unheard of at that time. But today, most of the plantation companies, and I would say even smallholders, have very strong rainwater harvesting systems, rainwater harvesting tanks. For instance, rainwater is recycled even in the bungalows and in the estate housing. So there are very strong measures that have been taken to address these two key areas, which is the earth slips and the drought. What's the other question about?
About tourism. And looking at, so how are you prepared in terms of tsunamis, in terms of, I mean, in general, the tourist industry is now, you know, one of the biggest economies that where Sri Lanka is looking for, you know, financing, and how would that look like?
As you started, you said we have this concept called Build Better Before, you know, promoted by my colleague Yasangi. So what it means is we won't go and do something and then ask the authorities to cover us. We will look at all the risks that could be foreseen, whether it be building a hotel, whether it be building a road, or whether it be in terms of supply chain, and then only take the decision to build that particular business. So in terms of hotels, now it's, I think, well known. I think even the government is one of the biggest implementers of this. You can't go and build hotels, you know, just near the beach. So I think the government itself has acted on this. But from our hotels' point of view, we have very strong, you know, architectural systems that ensures that, you know, there won't be any impending issues. There won't be impending issues to the community, not only in terms of tsunami and so on and so forth. And the same one area which I wanted to say earlier is that, in this whole disaster risk reduction area, the supply chain is very important. Because you can have all the systems, but if your supply chain fails, then you have a serious problem. So we have a very strong supply chain team led by one of my very senior colleagues who is looking at this area to strengthen the supply chain in times of, impending disaster. I hope I have answered it.
And you can continue if you want to elaborate a bit more on that.
On what?
On the supply chain.
Yeah, so supply chain today is the name of the game, and we are a diverse business, from hotels to travel to printing to plantations. So the supply chains are different. The supply chain challenges are different. So this is what we proactively look at on a very regular basis, not only if there is some issue that is striking us.
And I think we can lessons learned from some of that strengthening in a regular basis, because that I think is important. We sometimes put in place these only during a disaster and we look at them in a disaster, but really look. Test, okay, fine. Really strengthening that beforehand is crucial. And I think one of the things that you mentioned again, sorry, okay. One of the things that you mentioned in terms of the architectural issues, etc., that, the government actually also put in place measures that build, structural, but also put in place legal and laws to say these are the requirements. And this is really important in terms of all that we've been having conversations with, actually integrating that to be law, to be regulated, and to have some foresight so that there is, and monitoring in place is really important as well. I think we have one more question, I've been told. Yeah, one more question.
That's me.
Yes, thanks, you have the mic.
Yes.
Make it short because we're on time.
You have covered, I think, part of my questions or insight I may be expecting from the panel. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And then in the morning session, and then that relates to Brazilian president who opened up, ardently there in the COP30, and then human security and national security and disaster and all that. And here we are disaster management. And then before the disaster management, how we, are committed to prevent the disaster. That's my point. And you've seen in Sri Lanka is, well noted that this government is regulating each and every sector. And then definitely the stakeholders would support for that. I just sense even in this panel. And then my direct questions goes to in Colombo, that is solid waste management. That is in Colombo. But the people who suffered because of that is somewhere else, in Putlam. So that is a disaster.
Can you
yes.
get
Then
to your
how,
question,
yeah,
please,
then
because we need
how
to wrap up.
those kind of, the climate justice and then climate sovereignty, how that could be, resolved or guided by the panelist, what is your opinion on that or some insight into that?
Thanks. Any one of the panelists would like to answer that on?
I think you spoke about, I think you're talking about the landfills, isn't it? You're talking
Waste
about the landfill, isn't it? About dumping of waste. So that's a decision for the government. Now, as I told you, our company implemented the first ever waste to energy project here in Sri Lanka, but that was after the Meetotamanla tragedy. If not for the tragedy, probably this wouldn't have come through. So it's, I would say, I'm sure this government will address this issue because they are well aware of it. And it's a case for another waste-to-energy project in that part of the country.
Thanks. And you're mentioning to climate justice, and that's the concept of, those who have impacted the least in terms of a problem, and where others have caused the problem. For example, if it's emissions, those who are countries that are emitting the most need to be paying in terms of reparations, or in terms of countries like Sri Lanka who are experiencing climate change because of not our fault. And this is a big conversation that I think also organizations like the World Bank, the private sector, APAD, and the government needs to get into to see how can countries like Sri Lanka be able to look at some of those climate justice pieces, not just in terms of international work, but also locally and nationally in terms of how do we make sure our communities are looked after and our communities are strengthened to be able to face more impacts of climate change. I'm going to close the panel now. We have another interesting panel coming up after this. You can approach the speakers afterwards for any other questions. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your time. Thank you to the panelists here for your insights. I really have even more questions to ask you, but I think in terms of time, thanks a lot. Thanks for your participation as well. Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Jayamaha, for a deeply engaging discussion on rethinking preparedness. Thank you to our distinguished panelists for an insightful discussion. You have shown us preparedness is not a distant goal, but something we can achieve by connecting the systems and strength already within our reach. With that, ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, we invite you to take a moment to witness the heartbeat of our work. What you're about to see captures the precision, courage, and coordination behind APAD's search and rescue operations. It is a glimpse into the teamwork, preparedness, and unwavering commitment that guide every operation.
We have the correct animal. Có gì bảy lạiด้วยล่ะ Wait. Bảy gì?
Can he understand me? He is very strong.
Yeah,
he has been there for a long
He
time.
has a beautiful smile. Tell him he's smiling. I can see he's
we
smiling.
see you, okay? We are very close now, okay? And
That was an incredible glimpse into APAD's search and rescue efforts, a testament to the power of coordination and courage. Before we move on to our next panel, there's a kind announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no break between the panels. We will be providing lunch afterwards, so I request you all to kindly take your seats. Now we will move on to our next panel, titled under Enhancing Operational Readiness, Strengthening Emergency Response and Search and Rescue Capabilities. At APAD Sri Lanka, we know this challenge firsthand. Whether in floods, landslides, or pandemics, our greatest successes came when we built bridges between sectors, enabling speed and trust in every operation. Our moderator for this panel is Ms. Sadhana Mohan, Regional Lead for Asia and the Pacific at the Connecting Business Initiative. She works with private sector networks to strengthen disaster preparedness, response and recovery across the region. With experience at UNICEF and the World Food Programme and a background in business management and international relations, she brings deep expertise in humanitarian action. As this panel promises to be insightful, bringing a wealth of operation expertise, allow me to introduce and invite our distinguished panelists. Dr. Mutotaka Inaba, Project Leader Arrows, Peace Winds Japan. Ms. Claire Liu, Regional Representative for Asia and Pacific, Airlink Singapore. Air Vice Marshal, retired, Dilshan Vasage, Director Security, Sri Lanka Ports Authority. Mr. Richard Adams, National Director of Task Force Kiwi, New Zealand, and Mr. Asit De Silva, Senior Manager for Social Innovation under Group Sustainability Dialogue ASEATA. Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome our second panel, and we now hand over the session to Ms. Sadhana Mohan to lead the discussion.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we started off with a session on preparedness, early warning, climate change, and whatnot. Now what we're continuing into is search and rescue, what really happens on the ground. We have an esteemed panel of guests here, bringing in international experience from Asia and beyond, from the Pacific as well. From the private sector, the government, and whatnot. And I'm truly amazed, or I feel privileged to speak to you all because you all are almost what I consider as first responders. So this session is titled, of course, as Enhancing Operational Readiness, Strengthening Emergency Response, Search and Rescue Capabilities. You may wonder why it's important for us to strengthen search and rescue. It may be because you and I might be victims one day. As climate change, in the previous session, you may have identified that climate change has a large impact. And with over 40% of global disasters now occur in Asia and Pacific. So that's where you and I live, basically. Let me move on to the session, but just before that, just to give a tiny gist on where I come from, I work as a regional lead for what we call as Connecting Business Initiative, which APAD was a founding member and has been part of since 2016-2017. It's a joint effort of two large UN agencies, the United Nations Coordination for Humanitarian Affairs, as well as the United Nations Development Program. What our work entails is basically if a crisis happens, I or a team member of mine are thrown into the crisis to coordinate private sector members essentially, but as well as going in the perspective of a holistic society, bringing in all partners to respond to a crisis. Let me now start with questions to our esteemed guest. And if I may start with Dr. Inaba. Yes. Arrows, I actually tried doing a little background research on you, and I realized you were even on Hard Talk Japan, and it felt amazing, the work that you do. But please, could you highlight, given your leadership of Arrows and first-hand experience in disaster zones, which systems and protocols have proven most effective for you in rapidly deploying both emergency medical care as well as psychosocial support?
Hello. Yes, I'm very honored to inviting me here, and I'm very happy this opportunity. So I'm a medical doctor in Japan, and my major is specialty is surgery and emergency medicine, as well as disaster medicine now. So I'm a member of disaster medical assistant team, kind of national emergency medical team in Japan, and also I'm leading the project Arrows. That is a very private sector disaster response medical team. So, responding to your question, so thank you for this very important question. So, what is important in the response? That is logistics. I can say the logistics is medicine in the disaster field. Yeah. So at first, we have experience in the Noto Peninsula earthquake in the beginning day of 2024. It's a very important day for the Japanese people, but we got a big earthquake in the beginning day of the year. So that time, that earthquake happens top of peninsula. So it is very difficult logistics. It's very difficult to access the place affected area. So every firefighters or policies or even self-defense force difficult to reach there at first. So actually, we are the first team in medical team to reach the affected area by the helicopter. So we have a helicopter and disaster medical assistance ship and also the vehicles. So we call that three-dimensional logistics, 3D logistics. This kind of logistics is very, very important. Even we have a good doctor or good nurses or good persons, if we cannot transport the good medical persons to affected area, we cannot save the lives. We cannot save the affected people. So logistics is very important. This is the first point. And the second, we make a system of roster system. We have over 15 dedicated staff member in our Arrows team, but over 1,000 roster members in Japanese medical facilities, like hospitals, clinics. Usually they are working in hospital or clinics, but if we activate the response, they join us. And of course, we need to provide the training to roster members to keep the quality of the assistance and also to keep the baseline. So that roster system is the second point. Yes. And third, we providing the very, very realistic simulation training. So realistic simulation training is very important. It's my thought. So we don't need the training for nice photos or for the media. We simulate as close to the real field as well. Yeah. So it's including the toilet and waters, transport. We simulate very real. So, yes, we simulate real steps, calling people on the rosters and confirming the availabilities and moving an assembly point and loading the equipment and coordinating with airports or ports and setting up the field logistics all. That's including the real simulation. And we provide the medical care for the patient. We need some simulator as a patient role. Yeah, that's very important simulation, I think. So this year, Mr. Hashim observed our training as well. And also, we invited the medical member of APAD Philippines. So in near the future, I wanted to invite from Sri Lanka as well. Yes. So in the point of the logistics, I think APAD can connect the many countries' logistics. So I believe the potential of APAD. APAD is not only a coordination platform on paper, but it can also be a practical logistics hub for the region, each region. Yeah, so supporting many teams, not only our arrows. Yeah, that's my point. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Inaba. It shows that even medical services require logistics support. And with or without logistics support, the life-saving approach will be limited. So thank you for explaining that to us. Since you spoke on logistics, let's go to Claire. Claire, as the regional representative for both Asia and Pacific for Airlink Incorporation, Airlink's 15 years of experience, it really shows that impact depends on how quickly and appropriately aid arrives. And I know for one that you have been working on system strengthening in that area. But as we take in a global approach, sometimes 60% of disaster aid misses the mark, unfortunately. In the Asia-Pacific region, what customs and aviation reforms are needed to speed up humanitarian flights, as well as to ensure relevance on arrival? Please elaborate if you can. Thanks.
Thanks for the question and thanks for having us. Maybe just a quick precursor for those of you who have not heard about Airlink. We are actually a non-profit and we're centered around aviation. But we are a non-profit that sort of like bridges the private and public sector in order to make sure there's a proper coordination and collaboration. So thanks for your question, Sandana. We've enjoyed working very much with UN OCHA, Connecting Business Initiative. And I think there are two parts to your question. And the first one is actually what the public doesn't know is just how much of public donations of aid are actually unwanted. It's not contextualized. No one has asked the victims what they need, what they want, and as a result, a lot of it goes to waste. And the other thing is that the act of actually collecting donations and packing them and listing them out and so on and so forth actually wastes a lot of time when we already have nonprofits around the world, CBOs around the world that are able to respond more sensitively and more accurately to the needs of the people on the ground. So at Airlink, we have more than 250 nonprofit partners worldwide. And we vet them and therefore they are always ready. Whenever there's a disaster around the world, we're able to monitor. We ask them if they're monitoring and if they're responding. And you'll see in the slide behind me, in the 15 years that we've been in existence, that's how many people we've been able to reach and how many tons of cargo we've able to send. We essentially procure donated cargo space and seats. So, for instance, I come from Singapore to Colombo. Let's say there are 35 flights a week. Not all 35 flights are full, whether in terms of passengers or in terms of cargo belly, and we're able to secure that space in order to send goods where they're needed. Actually, a very good example is COVID. COVID is actually an aviation disaster, as we all know, and a lot of airlines converted their passenger flights into cargo flights because while everything else sort of like went shut down, what boomed was e-commerce. And e-commerce was going from Asia to the West. And of course, planes have to come back. So we told them, please don't come back empty. Come back with the vaccines which are being produced in the West and enable us to send vaccines to Pakistan, to India, Bangladesh, Marshall Islands, and so on and so forth. So these are examples of how we're able to work with the commercial aviation space to secure gift in kind, or if it's not possible, then discounted airfares as well as discounted cargo belly space. And in terms of the advocacy with airports and governments and airlines, I think what's really important for people to realize is that unless a government declares a disaster, you're not actually able to send aid in without taxes. So this then creates an issue where people only send in aid after the disaster strikes, and especially after the government declares a disaster. You will know that certain disasters, no matter how catastrophic, are not declared disasters, such as the Moroccan earthquake and some of the disasters in sanctioned countries, for example. So it's important for us to be able to advocate with governments, aviation regulators, airport authorities. In Asia, for instance, we actually are the fastest growing aviation sector in the world. There are lots of new airlines, there are a lot of new airports being built. That gives us an opportunity to advocate from the ground up. Right? If it's new from the ground up, we're saying, can you provide green lanes? Can you provide ways for goods to come in without taxes? And especially in terms of preparedness. So the data shows that every $1 that is spent in preparedness is $7 saved in disaster response. Therefore, disaster preparedness is actually more important. Being able to predict, for example, cyclone season is coming up now in the Pacific. We are already pre-positioning goods. When Hurricane Melissa hit Jamaica, we had 3.5 days of notice as it was sweeping along. And we were able to fly in first responders with water filters and lockdown in the country before the airports shut. But being able to get those goods in country without taxes before the disaster strikes, before a disaster is declared, would definitely help the resilience of the communities that are affected by that disaster. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Claire. As always, amazing answer. Efficiency is definitely key, and I just love how you brought in the preparedness and response element together, and it's amazing how planes go, but they come back with vaccines. It's a transformational, efficient method of working, and then no wonder Airlink will hopefully be signing an MOU with the UN because of the good work that you all do. Mr. Vasage or Mr. Dirshan, if I may direct the next question to you. Just the way Clara explained, taxes coming in and out, you've been part of Sri Lanka Ports Authority. How do you think Sri Lanka's port can leverage their unique strategic location to become a region's leading resilience hub, not only for commercial trade, but for humanitarian operations as well? Are we prepared in the event another tsunami takes place, for example?
Thank you. It's a great honor and privilege for address this August gathering in a time that maritime world is in a pivotal juncture where it's not only demand efficiency but also resilience and preparedness and foresight. Sri Lanka is a strategic location in maritime corridor where we connect the east and west sea route, and we have a very strategic advantage. And we have 6 ports under Sri Lanka Port Authority, which is mainly Colombo, Hambantota, and Trincomalee. And we lies along the crossroads of one of the busiest sea routes, and we have about 60,000 vessels passing south of Sri Lanka. So our strategic location has created a very big impact in our economy. The port is developing very fast, and you can see the networks going on connecting east and west sea routes. And Sri Lankan government has taken decisions to expand the infrastructure of the ports. We started with a very small terminal, the JCT Jaya terminal, which has the depth of about 10 to 15 meters. And we did a lot of imports and exports. With the expansion of trade all around the world, then the container business came into an action. the government has taken decisions to develop the port to cater for the transshipment. The Sri Lankan Port Authority and the government wants to develop the port and to become the regional transshipment hub. And for that, then they started the SAJT, South Asia Gateway Terminal, which has about 15 meters depth, and we started public-private partnership. Then the area was not sufficient, the business was growing up very fast, and the government took decisions to develop the South Port, which is very much attractive with the depth. We have about 20 meters. Any big ship which carries about 24,000 TEUs can berth in Colombo port now. We have a private terminal, private-public partnership, South WICT with Adani's joint venture, which is fully automated terminal with state-of-art. And then we have CICT already very much in the business with imports and exports. And also the Sri Lanka Port Authority on ECT, it's completed the first stage and will be finishing the second stage by next year end. So with that, capacity will grow up. At present, for this year, we have done about 7.7 million TEUs on transshipment. But with this expansion, we'll be able to go up to 14 million transshipment in time to come. With the infrastructure development, if the area is not going to be sufficient, the government has planned to study being done to develop North Port up to Karenni River to build another 3 terminals by 2040. That's the plan in the pipeline. So you can see the amount of expansion taking place in the port, especially in the Colombo port, to develop the trade. We call this our heart of our economy is Colombo port. With that, how vulnerable we are for disaster or any incident, accident is, you are quite aware. So we are dealing with the fuel, gas, and all the dangerous cargoes. And we had so much of experience in the past. So many incidents took place in water spills and fires and dangerous cargoes. And as an organization, we are dealing with all the international stakeholders, IMO rules and regulation. We are complied to that, and the ISPH standards. And in the sea area, we are mainly collaborating with the Navy, Sri Lanka Navy. We have a disaster management team trained, especially for the port operation. And Sri Lankan Port Authority, the fire section, and the security division has all the people trained for CBRN and radiological activities and to handle dangerous cargoes. So we carry out continuous training programs with stakeholders in the private sector, and we can't isolatedly handle any situation. Recently we had an incident about 7-8 months back. We found one ship having a small fire, we detected, and then it was an incident that dangerous cargo was storage under the deck and not declared. We found that lithium batteries and created, because of the heat, it was next to the fuel tank. It was berthed in the JCT. Luckily, we found, and our the fire team and the Navy together was able to handle the situation and create. It would have become a real disaster for entire Colombo port. So these kind of activities are very much, we are vulnerable. This disaster preparedness and mitigation is very important for us. We are working with the Disaster Management Center, the Army, the Sri Lanka Air Force, and the Navy, all the CBRN and other expert teams. We are having continuous exercises. Last week, we had a very good exercise with Sri Lanka Navy. We have created fire inside the port and a CBRN, Dangerous Cargo Container Leak. And we were able to carry out a practice with all the stakeholders involved in this operation. So, apart from that, the Trincomalee Harbour is very much important for our economy, and the government is in process of developing Trincomalee Harbour as an energy hub. And we have about 600 acres of land allocated for the industries. And also the Hambantota Harbour, of course, we have an agreement with the Chinese government. And now they were on actually vehicle transshipment business. But recently they have acquired more cranes, and now they have started the container business. So our maritime domain is growing up very rapidly as a country. It is really benefit for our economy. But the question is how we ready for any incident or accidents. That's why government has taken decision to build elevated highway, which to reduce the congestion inside the port, because we want to facilitate the transshipment business. And we need to keep the free roads network inside the port to cater for the transshipment as we are looking to become the regional transshipment hub. That's why Keralapetia yard was marked by the government and start, because there's an incapacity of custom yards to cater for the business. We have seen tremendous growth in the exports and imports. Earlier it was about 1,500 TEUs per day. Now it has gone up to 2,500 TEUs per day. And exports also we see it increasing 1,000 TEUs per day. So that has created a big road network problem inside the port. So Keralapetia is the main solution, and elevated highway can facilitate to throw out all the unwanted traffic to the city. Moreover, it is very much important that to note that we are next to the Colombo city. So we have walked to the sea about 6 kilometers, but we are very much in the most density city in the country. So it is very much important for us to prepare for any kind of disaster. Thank you.
It never occurs to us what a massive operation it is to run a port. And similar to what Claire said, 250 partners. It looks like it takes beyond that to run a port. And thank you for going into the nitty-gritties and explaining, because if not, we would have not understood the scale of operation and how it's, and like nearly 3 to 4 times you kept mentioning private-public partnership. It shows that without partnership, without cross-fertilization, there's really nothing that runs smoothly. I mean, we'd be surprised, at least I was surprised when I was in Fiji when they said, oh, Sri Lankan private partner runs the port in Fiji, Aiken Spence, if I'm not mistaken. And that was a realization for me that an island supports another island, things that we never even think about. So thank you for explaining that in detail. If I may move on to Richard. Task Force Kiwi's model, it demonstrates how volunteerism can be a powerful force. Like in every disaster we've been part of, we see volunteers coming and helping. It's just like, I don't have anything, but I'm willing to give something. I don't have much, but I'm willing to give my skills. It's a true multiplier in humanitarian response. Could you introduce a bit on what Task Force Kiwi is, and how does the organization cultivate and sustain volunteer capacity training and partnerships?
Yeah, certainly. Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning. Firstly, it's a real honour to be here. A big thank you to Mr. Hashim and to APAD for the invitation, both to be here and to speak this morning. New Zealand is a very long way away, but just from the conversations this morning, it's clear that we've all got the same challenges, so this is an excellent opportunity. As a fully volunteer organisation, volunteers are both our greatest joy and our biggest frustration all at the same time, and I say that as a volunteer. The reality is that our people have lives, families, careers, and they have a limited amount of time that they can provide to support response activities or to support training. So it leads us to a bit of a conundrum. How do we utilise those people, put them through all the training required, and then also deploy them? So for some context, in New Zealand, the standard annual leave allowance is 4 weeks. So you get 4 weeks of leave per year. But if we were to deploy someone overseas, the requirement is they need to be available for at least 14 days. So there's half their annual leave gone straight away. And that's before we start talking about training. So what's the answer to that problem? So for us, it is about very, very targeted recruiting of our volunteers. So we're not getting unskilled people in, we are getting people with skills and experience where they start up here rather than down here. And we do that primarily by recruiting those who have served either in the New Zealand Defence Force or in one of the emergency services, so whether it's fire, paramedic, police, because those people bring a wealth of experience. So, for example, the New Zealand Defence Force is the greatest provider of human resources for disaster relief in New Zealand. Now, even if someone only does a short time in the Army, Navy, or the Air Force, 3 or 4 years, we spend millions of dollars training that person. They will undoubtedly deploy on at least one disaster relief operation, and then they leave. And then we lose all of that experience, all of that skill. So I guess the point behind us is we try and harness that. And the same goes for anyone in the fire service. police service. So we have a number of former police officers who deployed to support the 2004 tsunami. Now that's experience you can't get otherwise. So we're really, really grateful to have that. We still do provide training, but it is topping up training, I guess, rather than starting from scratch. So it's much easier to get someone for a couple of weekends every now and then, rather than trying to get people for a week at a time, because it's just not going to happen, and we need people available for deployments when that requirement comes up. But it's not just about recruiting the right people. For us, it is also about volunteer experience. Our volunteers need to feel like they are valued, and they are valued, but they need to feel it. Because most of them come from a background of service, again, with Defence Force, fire, police, whatever it might be. And I know there are some organisations out there that treat their volunteers more in a disposable fashion. Certainly no one in this room, but there are some out there. And we try and do the opposite of that. So when a volunteer finishes a deployment, we want them to go home and feel like, A, they've achieved something, but B, their experience and contribution has been valued. And I think I'm probably going to end up talking about partnerships a few times, but I think partnerships are key to that, and I'll give you a few examples. So domestically, back in New Zealand, we are supported by Mitsubishi. So all our vehicles are provided by Mitsubishi Motors. And for a volunteer to show up and find a fleet of vehicles waiting for them from one of the largest and oldest car manufacturers in the world makes them feel valued, makes it feel like they were worth supporting, and it does wonders for them. Same with any international deployment. So obviously the incredible support that Airlink provide. When a volunteer receives a ticket to Vanuatu or Morocco or Thailand or wherever it is we're sending somebody, again, they feel like, well, somebody wants to invest this time and money in me, and they think that I can make a difference. And again, it does wonders for that volunteer. And even when we signed our agreement with APAD, we had a surge in volunteers signing up with the organisation, which is fantastic because they saw the organisation as something that was valued, and as a result, their service would be valued as well. So while we certainly utilise the skills and experience of our volunteers, I think it's just as important as they get as much out of it as we get from them.
Thank you. It's amazing how volunteers, it's no longer responding locally, it's about responding internationally, having the capacity available. If you don't mind me asking a follow-up question, is there trainings that your organization provides to other volunteers as well?
Is what, sorry?
Do you all train other country volunteers as well and provide certification?
We have started to, so we're still quite a young organisation, so we've only been operational for just over 3 years now. But working with other organisations internationally, particularly with training as well as deployments, is something we're slowly starting to do, but we're certainly hoping to do a lot more of it.
Thank you. Thanks. As said, we now come to telecommunication. I recently was talking to a friend who said now telecommunication is now a central service. So as coming from an essential service provider in crisis, even if a crisis hits here, half of us, for sure, more than half of us are using dialogue connections. How do you ensure uninterrupted communication becomes critical, similar to food and water, and how is dialogue working to ensure resilient telecom infrastructure during disasters? Are there any innovative approaches to reduce, minimize downtime, basically, in the event there is a massive crisis?
Yeah, thank you, Sadhana, and good morning to all of you. So, as you may all know, dialogue basically caters to about 80% or more of the population, giving coverage using our networks, that is radio, TV, and data network. So, let me break it down like this, right? So Dialog, as a national telecommunication service provider, we have a couple of pillars that we concentrate, especially when it comes to disasters. The number one is our network, because as you quite rightly mentioned, at a time of a disaster, communication is the key, because it's as much as for the rescue providers, also for the people who are in distress, for them to ask for help, it is important. So we concentrate on the network. How do we keep this up and running? Then number two, the staff, because we need them to operate the network, right? Then thirdly, because majority of our customers are being supported, we then look at, okay, how best can we come on board and support them to get back to normalcy. Now, these three, depending on the context, depending on the size of the disaster, it will take priority, right? So to look at how do we keep the network up and running, I will give you a very simple example. Now, Sri Lanka is prone to a lot of floods, landslides, natural disasters like that. So when it comes to floods, right, now we know our certain towers, whereas we operate about 4,000 plus towers around the country. Certain towers are in high-risk areas, right? Now it could be because of floods, the area can get inundated with flood water. Then how do we get the required, if it's generator powered, because certain ones are on top of mountains where there is no other kind of energy source, then it's generator powered. Then how do we get our fuel to the place on time? Now, if it's inundated with flood water, then we can't get enough supply. So we keep a very close watch on what are the flood water levels or rather the rainfall levels, and we know if it exceeds a certain amount of rainfall, then there's going to be flooding. So we proactively keep sufficient stocks up in the areas where you cannot otherwise get close to. So one of the first calls that I give is to the DMC, and then the second call goes to Hush, asking Hush, what's the situation, right? So that's how APAD and Dialogue works very closely. So likewise, we try to preempt and see, okay, what are the potential risks. And when it comes to even landslides, we have got our required licenses and we have got the NBRO to check the areas we put up our towers, all that had been done, so that we try to be ready as much as possible, because as in the morning the ambassador, His Excellency, mentioned, you can never be ready, right? Ready enough rather, right? So we have to keep planning, keep running the simulations to see how we can do this. And in case there is a damage to the towers and we are not able to provide the service, we have another mechanism where we take we call it the cow, right? So it's a wheel network on wheels where we put up temporary setups so that we can bring the network up and running. Yeah. So.
Okay. Wow. So much. But what we on the outside see is network, whether working or not, yet there is so much of background work that goes into it.
And also one thing I couldn't add to that, disasters are the times that the network gets most congested, because everybody starts calling each and everyone, right? And there is a limited bandwidth, and we have allowed a certain amount of peak, but sometimes it goes beyond that, right? So it's also important from a user's point of view to responsibly use the network, not to just call and ask, how are you okay? And, you know, Sri Lankans are such that we care about our relatives and friends and all that. They want to know, right? So the network congestion, it's good to keep it as low as possible so that the emergency workers can use it and we can send in the most important early warnings on time. Yeah.
No, I mean, in terms of both early warning as well as during disasters, I remember we would try to, the first thing is reach out to your loved ones, but when the network goes down, everything feels a lot difficult. And if there is space to be in a well-connected environment, I think it goes a long way in especially planning response. And on this note, I'm going to transfer the next question to Dilshan, more in line with minimizing downtime in terms of like response. Are there any proactive safety and security measures Sri Lanka implements, and especially in terms of natural disasters? We sort of know the kind of natural disasters that we are prone to, landslides and whatnot. And in the ports, is there hazardous cargo incidents that take place? You mentioned a little, but do we take measures to maintain a seamless operation continuity even during crisis? Over to you.
To answer the first part, like natural disasters, of course, I think former DG is here. We have a very good network in Sri Lanka and divisional secretariat level. We have a team well trained to community-based approach to react for any situation. Like as a port, I mean, even we carry out 2 days in-house workshop for all these members from all the district to give a first-hand experience on what is happening inside the port and what kind of situation we are with any emergency situation. So, especially if you talk about the port, mainly we are facing very much, as we are doing a lot of transshipment business, the dangerous cargo handling. It's a challenging environment because a lot of acids, chemicals, and all the other stuff are coming to the port. So it's coming from one country and transshipped to another country. And we do the transshipment from the port. So we are vulnerable because of that. So we have come out with so much of plans, having separate areas and carried out frequent rehearsals, first-hand responders to react in emergency situation with putting technology in place. And we are using all the thermal cameras, warning system, so on, so forth, to cover and keep the danger out of the, especially human intervention areas. So the other main concern is, as all of you know, we had a very huge congestion inside the port mainly because of the growth of imports and export and transshipment, plus incapacity of our, not incapacity, I would say, it's insufficient capacity of our infrastructure in the customs. Per day, we can clear about only 500 to 600 containers at the available capacity, whereas we have about 2,500. All these remain cargo lies inside the port, which will affect really for our emergency response, because the roads are flooded with traffic, and even sometimes we are difficult to move ambulance or any fire vehicle in an emergency situation. We are pushing too much to the government to immediately activate this Kerala yard to build up the capacity, because we are in the danger. And you know about more than 10,000 vehicles going in and out of Colombo port every day, and more than 12,000 people going out and in and out of Colombo port. And there are so many stakeholders, and starting from lorry driver to the ship captain, it is different kind of operation going on. So any single person make mistake can create a big disaster. So we want to reduce the congestion inside the port to create an environment where any party can immediately react for emergency situation. And talking about the security of the port, we were lagging behind a lot of stuff because we were expanding the sea. We walk up to the sea about 6 kilometers, developing all these new terminals, whereas we have not given much thought to develop put on the technology in place. We have already started with the government plan digitalization. We are coming out with all entry-exit control system with face recognition, vehicle recognition, RFID system to create very user-friendly environment, plus enhance the security. Also putting scanners and working together with customs. Moreover, we have seen the operation is really disturbed because of paperwork more, I would say. We are in the process of introducing with the IMO a maritime single window and port community system where all the stakeholders will have access to the system, and we will have a paperless environment where we can create very business-friendly environment and also to cater for the disasters, any emergency situation.
Right. No, I'm amazed at how logistics play a huge role, and ports is something that's essential. Since we spoke about ports, let me transfer to Claire. Coordinated logistics for sure saves lives. How can governments, humanitarian actors, and airlines in Asia Pacific develop pre-agreed protocols? For example, are there any pre-agreed protocols with Sri Lanka or other countries, or is it particular to partners? And similar to Airlink's model, I'm sure there is one, to cut delays and deliver aid more efficiently, are there any measures that are taken? Over to you.
I wish there were more pre-agreed protocols. The reality is that every disaster is different. Even every earthquake is different. We always look at one of our biggest responses was the Turkey-Syria earthquake in 2023. And that was in the rural area of Gaziantep and Adana. If that earthquake had been Istanbul, it would be a very different story. So I think in terms of coordination and so forth, you work up and down the chain in peace times like this. I think times like this are extremely important. We know each other, we know each other's mandate, we know each other's risk appetite and so forth. And this is the time to work together and win the trust. Because I think in terms of coordination, it's not possible without the trust. We work up and down the chain. So from very big NGOs like World Food Programme to smaller, younger ones like Task Force Kiwi. By the way, I was not going to let Richard get away without a shout out to Task Force Kiwi and what we have done for them. I would just quickly use this opportunity to say that last year alone, we were able to, well, actually, since we worked with them about 2 years ago, we've deployed 90 Task Force Kiwi volunteers to 8 countries, secured 266 flights for them, and in altogether, they were able to help different communities from 72 international volunteers, and we were able to secure on their behalf from the private sector more than 250,000 worth of flights to do what they do. So I always say, please help the helpers. They're out there, they're volunteers, they're volunteering their skills. Please help them. But on our part, we have more than 250 partners. So that's just Task Force Kiwi. When we deployed in Myanmar, for instance, we had 78 first responders from about 30 NGOs. It was quite a task to coordinate, especially with regards to a place like Myanmar with a lot of restrictions and so forth. So that also limited our ability to secure certain commercial flights because it is a sanctioned state. So I think in terms of coordination, it is important for us, if in the case of your first question about unwanted aid, where less is more, in the case of coordination, more is more. More sharing of information, definitely more trust and more coordination is needed. So besides obviously providing the free airlift, passenger seats and so forth, Airlink sits on different organizations that do coordination and discussions. So for instance, we sit on the APAC Logistics Working Group of the UN Global Logistics Cluster. And in the Pacific, we sit on the PIANGO, which is the Pacific Islands Association of NGOs, which again represents about 200 NGOs and CBOs. So I think the coordination is key because we need to know as far as it's possible, to know what every actor is doing in order to cascade all these rapidly changing decisions up to the higher level to understand what it is that we need to do. If, for example, in the Turkish earthquake, the demands on a daily basis were different. We knew by day 3 there were enough shelter, for instance, but there were not enough, for example, gas cylinders. So knowing what people needed in order to help them in the moment of trauma and displacement is extremely important. So on that note, I would like to talk about a couple of things. Imada-san, you mentioned the Noto Peninsula earthquake. We did not need to respond. There's no call for assistance. However, because of the domestic complexity of getting people to Noto Peninsula, we were able to reach out to the Aviation Authority, the regulator in Japan, to ask them for assistance for your domestic first responders arriving with aid and so forth. In the case of Task Force Kiwi, helping them to respond to Cyclone Lola, it was also the first week. So same day, both your requests came in on the same day, New Year's Day. All the flights were full. They were not only full, they were overbooked But we, through our advocacy, we were able to pick up the phone, speak to the C-suite of Air New Zealand and said, we have 7 first responders. We need to get them on the flight. This first 72 hours are crucial. They were able to deplane 7 people in order to get the first responders there. So I think this goes back to what Miyahata-san was saying earlier on. I think we need to have the moral clarity that we need to have human security, right? Humans have a right not to suffer. We in this room have the ability. We have enough resources around the world. But how do we harness it to get to where it's needed? So I'll give you, I don't have much time, so I'm going to give you a very good example just of Afghanistan, a shipment that we did in July. The IFRC, International Federation of Red Cross, wanted to move 46 tons of nutritional supplements for 10,000 children. The plan was to move from India to Kabul via Kashmir, but because of the ongoing conflict in Kashmir at that time, that route was not available, so they reached out to Airlink. So what we did was we flew the nutritional supplements from India to Istanbul, and then we engaged the help of the Turkish Red Crescent to truck it from Istanbul through Iran and Turkmenistan. And then at about 90 kilometers from Kabul, we realized that the Salang Tunnel, which is the main tunnel to Kabul, was damaged and it was not possible for the 6-aisle trucks to enter. And therefore, they had to unload the aid onto smaller trucks and get them to Kabul. We did actually manage to do all that. 5 countries. We were so motivated. I mean, it was so difficult to do. It really required trust, and all we could think of was like 10,000 children, 10,000 children. So Harsh, what you said about the children, we need to save the children. They have a right not to suffer. So that was the importance of coordinating up and down the chain with governments, with private sector, with our NGO partners, and get the aid that is needed to the people who need it the most. Over to you.
Thank you, Claire. And honestly amazed at the amount of operations Airlink actually gets things done, which is the hardest thing to do during a crisis. And since you mentioned specifically children, there's elderly, there's women, and then there's the internally displaced population as well, I'll move on to Dr. Inaba. Now, you work with people, basically, and the way we approach a child is different to a way we approach an elderly person. And it's completely different when it's a displaced population as a whole. And you work in one of the hardest hit areas. Are there practices and systems that you can share with us, which we can adapt as well, which are proven effective in ensuring that emergency medical responses actually reach the people, and it's catered towards the vulnerable population?
Yes, so how to save the vulnerable people is very crucial issue for us. So in my experience to the Moldova for the Ukraine refugees, and also Turkey big earthquake in 2023, and this year I responded to the Myanmar earthquake. Every time, so most affected people are vulnerable people. That's right. So. But today, so I want to share my experience in also Noto Peninsula earthquake 2024 in Japan. So in Japan is a very, how can I say, super aging society, there are a lot of elderly persons living alone, especially rural area or coastal area. So they are very easily to affected by the disaster. So I had experience to cooperate with firefighters and police department to save the one 93 years woman after 124 hours of earthquake onset from the collapsed house. Yeah, and also so I wanted to say to save the vulnerable people is not only the super acute phase, but we need to continue the care to medium and long-term support, you know. So after TB camera leave, and but the problem of the elderly people continue, of course. So chronic disease and rehabilitations and everything happens after the super acute phase. So our arrows are continuing still now in Noto Peninsula earthquake, providing the support to the community assistance for the elderly people and also the children. That's a point I wanted to share here today. So, and also I wanted to say the, this kind of the long-term care is not separate the acute phase operation. We wanted to continue to the one way, one line to the acute care response, like a medical and SA search and rescue, and to continue to the long-term care. It's very important to the assistance to the disaster medicine. And if I have time, I wanted to share another Japanese important challenge to help the hospital, because we are working with a kind of tool called DHCOS. It's a damaged hospital continuation support. It is a system to assess the vulnerability of hospitals. You know, even the hospital will be affected by disaster, of course. So we assess the hospitals before the disaster. It looks at things like physical risks and backup power and water and staffing and supply chains. So by doing this in advance, we can identify hospitals that will need extra support when a disaster happens. So this is a new challenge in Japan. So I wanted to share this time. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Japan has really now become a global model, I think more specifically in Asia. So thank you for sharing those incredible experiences. And I'm going to ask a similar question to Asit, if it's okay. Disasters, of course, they hit the most vulnerable, unfortunately. And rural populations in Sri Lanka, women and children and elderly, they sometimes don't even have access to a phone. How is Dialogue addressing the so-called last mile challenge to ensure that critical alerts and response information reach population and literally everyone, including the urban population, but the rural ones as well?
Yeah, so we use multiple mechanisms in getting the message across to the last mile. But before I go there, I would also like to put some stats forward. Now, Sri Lanka has a very high mobile penetration rate, the smartphone penetration rate, it's around 60-65%. But if you actually look at it, like out of that 60 to 65%, only about 30% will have a properly functional smartphone, right? So that means our ability to get a message across using an app or a mechanism of that nature slims down as we go to the outer skirts, right? Having said that, we have, even with the DMC together, we have taken quite a few steps in terms of providing early warning. So our first initiative was the Dune initiative, which was launched way back in 2014. And this is a time period when smartphones were not very commonly used in Sri Lanka. So we started off with a small clunky gadget where you charge it, you keep it at the divisional secretariat. When there's a disaster, it would throw out a warning, alarm and a light bulb that goes off, and it had a radio. So the idea was for people to take it, go to a safe place, keep it, and they could listen to the radio to see what's going on out there. These I'm referring to way back in 2014. And as technology evolved, the smartphones came on board, etc. Then the Dune mobile app version was launched, and there the thing was to get the message across. But as I said, the penetration is low, right? And in Sri Lanka, we did one research in 2019 with the University of Moratuwa students. What we found was we don't keep apps installed on our phone unless otherwise it's used on a daily basis, right? Unlike in Western countries where weather update is important and they go to it no sooner they wake up before they plan the rest of the day, that habit is not there in Sri Lanka, right? Only if it is raining constantly during a monsoon season, they would wonder, okay, what's weather going to be like? Even if the warning is given, most of the time they would like, okay, probably it might not rain. They would step out and go about their usual. That's our behavior, right? Which we have understood. But what we try to do is with Dune, try to get the message. If 1 in 10 people have a smartphone, at least try and utilize that. Then I think in 2023, with former DG sir is also here, he spearheaded an initiative getting all operators and the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission to come together to make it possible to send off a call, a dial call, to mainly to the coastal line to start with, so that it would ring your phone, right, and give an emergency warning. Look, this is what's happening. Of course, it has limitations, as I mentioned, congestion and all that can come hit, and it might take time. So, but these are different methods we have used, and also through Dune, we have got 25,000 first responders island-wide who gets a message immediately to, okay, if they have to stay alert, if they have to be on alert to rescue people if required, or to move people to locations. So that way we try to get to positions as fast as possible. And of course, you can use our Dialogue TV network, because in most rural areas, even if you go to the plantation sector or any place, you will see the Dialogue satellite TV dish popping out, meaning they have access to that. So we try to put the emergency messages as a crawler on it. And Dune also has an API which all media institutions can use, so that they can pull out the early warning and propagate it. And also, going beyond that, we have segment-based early warnings. When I say segment-based, our Sairu mobile app, it's specifically meant for dayboat fishermen. So Sri Lanka has about 220,000 dayboat fishermen. Out of that, about 60%, that's about 130,000 already use it. So before they venture out to sea, they would get a call from the thing, from the service, which comes through the Met Department, as to giving the sea conditions, etc., whether you should go or not. And that way we try to keep those segments vulnerable, safe as possible. So we try to utilize our network, our capacity in whatever the way possible, try and get the message out there. But the key thing is, at least if we can get the message 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 people, we expect them to update the other person and to get everybody to safety as fast as possible. So that's a logic that we work on.
If you don't mind me asking a follow-up question, why does Dialogue do this? I mean, it's beyond your day-to-day work. But clearly it's saving lives. One. And second, have you received any feedback from fishermen in Sri Lanka, for example, on, because this is now changing the traditional way of working, right? They don't identify based on the traditional way of identifying whether it's risky to go out into the sea or not, but they're now dependent on Dialogue, or it's easier, it's more accurate, I assume. Could you elaborate on that?
Sorry, the second question is
how is it changing from traditional ways of identifying whether it's safe to go to the sea, or
sure.
it's clearly giving more accurate information to them, right?
Correct.
So it saves lives.
Yeah. So, okay, I will take the first question, which with the second, when I answer the second question, it will validate the first one as well. So, okay, why do we do what we do, right? As I started off initially, Dialogue caters to more than 80% of the population, right? And it's our responsibility as a national telecommunication partner, we see it as our responsibility to ensure that Sri Lankans are safe, right? Because everyone has a handset in their hand, right? It would be quite ironic to see if somebody dies because they didn't get an early warning, right? When you have a handset in your hand, right? So it's something that we can easily do, provided that we get the information and the support required to disseminate this message, right? And from a sustainability perspective, right? If I'm to talk of business sustainability, imagine if 30 or 40,000 people are to die, right? It's in effect hitting our customer base, right? If you are to speak on a very business sustainability point of view, right? So when you take all of these into consideration, it's important that we look after our Sri Lankan fellow citizens. I mean, you would have seen how Dialogue had spun into action, mainly with larger scale projects. Like in 2016, we built an entire village for victims of the Aranayaka landslide. 2017, similarly, we built 2 villages, one in Deniyaya and Haliyagoda, right? So it's about, each time it was about 50 houses in each village. So it's a lot of work that we have been doing. And so we take it as our responsibility. Now, when it comes to fishermen's case, now you asked whether we have got any feedback. Since we launched, there was a day when our group chief executive officer was going on a regular field visit down the coastal belt. And one person had come and told, Mahatya Dialogue ekenda, right? He didn't know who he was talking to. And then apparently our CEO had said, yes, I'm from Dialogue. And then he had said, Dialogue ekata pin siddha wenna mawun ada jeewath wenawa, right? Thanks to Dialogue, I'm alive. Reason being, he had got the message from Sayuru. He had not ventured out to sea. And his friend who went, his boat had capsized, right? So this the feedback given to our CEO himself. This guy didn't know who he was and came and gave the feedback. So it also validates first point I made, which is the sustainability aspect and the responsibility point. So I think from a private sector point of view, it's our duty to look after our fellow Sri Lankans, and we are a small country, 22 million population. It's not a big country, right? And if each one of us put our heads together, we can support the initiative in one way or the other. Yeah.
Now, thank you for taking the time to explain that, because as we work with more private partners, one of the questions we consistently get asked is why should private partners care? But it's not the case. Times have changed where even private partners do care. Last but not least, if I may, to you, Richard. Now, Kiwi Task Force, or Task Force Kiwi, it's pretty much like an international response organization, right? It's rather becoming one. Yet, now, when it comes to rapid regional deployment, are there any frameworks that has proven successful to integrate with local populations? Because at the end of the day, how we work in each country is very different. Can you elaborate some of the examples that you have?
Yeah, certainly. So for some more context around the organisation, we founded in 2022 because we identified gaps within New Zealand, within the emergency management system within the country, in terms of direct assistance to impacted populations. So in New Zealand, we have the Civil Defence and Emergency Management structure, which is the government structure. but that is a coordinating function, not a doing function, so to speak. So we realised that very quickly that when something did happen, there was actually no organised support to communities. They were effectively told to sort themselves out, in a manner of speaking. And that became very apparent during Cyclone Gabrielle, which we had in 2023, which is our biggest natural disaster since the Christchurch earthquake. And there was a significant lack of on-ground support. So we started off by, it could be people on chainsaws or driving excavators, things like that. But over time, it has developed. So now we could have people managing, coordinating logistics, delivery. It could be teams out doing drone mapping of areas, or even earlier this year, we had teams sitting at home in New Zealand using GIS platforms and satellite imagery to do impact assessments for Myanmar. So as time goes on, we've identified more gaps that we're able to fill. In terms of being frameworks or being ready to respond, we have different challenges, I think, between domestic requirements and then international. Domestic, one of our biggest, I would say, weaknesses in New Zealand, this is just personal opinion, is we don't have a strong public-private partnership when it comes to disaster relief. The story that sticks in my mind was Cyclone Gabrielle. So it was the day after a cyclone had gone through. I was taking a team from Wellington up to Hawke's Bay, which was worst affected, and it's about a 3-hour drive. And I remember noticing during that trip the number of businesses along the way that leased or hired out excavators, bulldozers, trucks, that sort of thing. And then we arrived in Hawke's Bay, and all you'd see, hundreds of communities impacted, millions of tons of silt and mud sitting over those communities, and it was people with shovels and spades. There was nothing in place in New Zealand for us to utilise private industry. So I think that's something that we can learn a lot from APAD and the work that's been done back home. International is a little bit different. So we are very, very stringent on the fact that we do not operate independently internationally. A, we don't have the local knowledge, and B, it is, to a point, it's disrespectful just to show up in someone else's country and get to work. So if there was if there's a flood here in Sri Lanka, for example, we're not just going to rock on up and start working because A, it would be disrespectful, and B, we wouldn't be very effective. So we've put a lot of effort into establishing partnerships and making it very clear that if we do deploy or if we do to support, it is very much in a supporting function. We're not trying to lead anything, we're just trying to fill any gaps that may or may not exist. So we're always keen to hear what those gaps are, because then we can develop that capability and be ready to respond. But we're also aware that it's a two-way street. In New Zealand, we have what's called AF8, so Alpine Fault 8. And that is the Alpine Fault that runs down the spine of the country. There is a 75% chance that it's going to have a magnitude 8 or above earthquake in the next 50 years. And that will change what New Zealand looks like, both geographically and socially, probably given the impact. So the partnerships that we're able to establish now, sending people away or providing support, are going to be incredibly valuable when that happens, because I can guarantee the first thing I'm going to do is pick up the phone, or probably be a satellite phone at the time, and call APAD, call Airlink, and request that support, because we will desperately need it. So those partnerships as a framework are key for us, and it's something we're putting more effort in, because people talk about collaboration as if it's something that just happens, but it actually takes quite a lot of work. It is difficult. So the more we can do now, the better. There's a military saying, but I think it's applicable in this context too, which is train hard, fight easy. Now, the work everyone here does is never going to be easy, but it will be easier and more effective if we can do more work now, and the partnerships are a key part of that.
Amazing. From what I gathered, you really do respect localization, that working together with local partners goes a long way in integrating international expertise. And that's quite amazing, and it's a great end to me asking them questions. But if you all do have any questions to our esteemed panelists here, please do. We have a gentleman over there and a kind lady over there asking for questions, and right in front as well.
It works. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Menaga. The question is about sustainability. So I'll start with this, giving a little bit of credit to Dialogue again and endorsing what Asit said. So since the post-tsunami early warning system began, this Dialogue was the first in 2007, I can remember. They joined with Learn Asia and Sarvodaya to come up with the first IoT-based system in Sri Lanka, so where the first Dune prototype was developed. Since then, we invested, the government invested, and also there were a lot of private sector and also certain INGOs investing for early warning systems. But the question is sustainability of these systems. So my question is, anyone can answer, even you can give the foreign examples. How do you endorse, how do you encourage the government or advocate the government to allocate some of these national budgets and strengthen the government system to take care of the systems that you develop? Because this is very important, because when the systems fail, the trust of the systems, the public trust on these early warning systems also fail. So this is the big question, because probably you know that we established these 75 towers around the coast Sri Lanka. Some of them, we have questions about these systems. So is there any examples that we could see how the government is being advocated or supported to take care of this, or as pushing them to use some of the national budgets? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Can we also take two more questions of that kind lady there and the gentleman here, just in the interest of time, and then we pass it on to our panelists?
Thank you. My question is for Claire, actually. You very rightly mentioned earlier that a lot of bureaucratic impediments can hinder effective disaster responses. So on that context, I'd like to ask from you, does effective prepositioning at country levels then help in the efficiency of rapid disaster responses? If yes, how do you see that entities like you and also the global logistics clusters and that network can support with prepositioning efforts in countries such as Sri Lanka? Thank you.
Thank you. And gentleman here.
Good morning. Robert from the World Food Program. I have more of a comment, especially to Mr. Wasage from the Colombo Port. I had the privilege and experience to have participated in this DHL, getting airports ready for disaster. It was a great simulation where I got to meet people that I would never have met, emergency preparedness responders. So I was thinking, listening to your presentation, that perhaps maybe the port can do something similar, because I can look back at the Haiti experience where when Haiti had its own earthquake, the only way to really respond, to have a humanitarian response, was to have these boats circulate around the island, and they were using the ports to bring support to the people. But I'd imagine here, in this case, the same scenario like the DHL thing, where you get people from different parts of government, local NGOs, Red Cross, the UN, et cetera, to get together. Because one of the experience I've had, I've been already in the 2 Ebola responses, I've been in 3 coup d'etats, all these things. It's the administrative process that is really the big hurdle. And then it's like who to talk to. So these kind of simulations really help, because you get to meet the peoples, et cetera. And then just with the dialogue presentation, having been in Ethiopia during the September 11th when the airplanes hit the towers in New York, everybody was on the phone. Nothing, you couldn't get through to people. So I was at the tsunami drill in the Kalutara area, and I saw great progress, but there was a big dependency on WhatsApp to get from first meteorology department, disaster management center, and so forth, all the way down. So I can imagine that's going to be a big hurdle and the day it really happens. So again, the simulations are a great opportunity for people to also learn and get to know who's who, et cetera. And again, the earlier exposition, the gentleman who was in the middle, I picked up on something he said. A lot of things don't cost money. So, something like simulation, yeah, people may expect lunch, but you can get people to come for a day and invest their time. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question, and then we move on to our panelists.
Yeah, it's kind of a request to Asita. Asita, thank you very much for all the CSR projects, what you are doing. You mentioned, and I also have practical experience, reluctance of people to have these applications on their mobile phones. So my little request from the dialogue, can't you introduce some kind of a reward system or a star point system where if you use this application in the phone that you will be rewarded at the end of the month, some kind of a thing, so that we encourage people to use it and have it on their phones. So it's one of the suggestions I want. Thank you.
Just one more question at the end, and then we do encourage having one-on-one discussions with the panelists just to save on time. Thank you.
I'm Nalin Herat. So my question is now, we may be capable enough to survey or monitor the entire world, even the beyond our world, even the other galaxies. But if you take the example what happened in Texas, and sometimes the reason was the department did not provide the adequate information for the residents. And sometimes we expect annual entire rainfall within 1 hour. So now it seems that the unpredictable nature of the disasters and challenges also changing. So country like Sri Lanka, what kind of mechanism, what kind of advice you panelists can give or suggest or propose for the authorities? Thank you.
For sure. So first over to Asit, Claire, and the rest of the team, but also keeping in mind that we're a little over time, if that's all right, so direct with the responses.
So I will first address DG sir's question. So we can give the star points. That won't be a problem. But the problem is like the smartphones don't have space in most cases. So they have to take off. If they don't use it, they will take it out immediately. And also it's network independent. So providing it through other operator customers, it's going to have an integration issue and all of that comes into play. But what we are trying to do is to work around that whole issue of removing it is, now if you take the My Dialogue Self-Care app, we have 10 million users on it. So we are trying to, now it's in the development pipeline, we are trying to get these warnings going on that, so that we already have an app which has 10 million users. You don't have to separately work on promoting a specific app to have the early warning. Here there is a functional app already used by 10 million people. Here is your early warning, so that you don't have to worry too much about that. Then I think to the question that Menaka asked, well, I can't say much about the government system, but one aspect I can bring into this is like, see, when we talk of technology now, like currently we all talk of AI, right? People want to have the best technology available, right? So we invariably go and get it, we source it, but we won't think of the long-term sustainability as what Menaka mentioned, 75 towers and servicing them, maintaining it is of high cost. And we generally don't have the money, and as a result, at the time of the need, it may not function. But what you can always do is look at the objective or the purpose of having all of this, right? Its end goal is to get the message across. Look, you watch out, there's an imminent disaster, take cover or get out of the place, right? Simple message. So for that, you may sometimes need not have the most sophisticated technology out there. You can use your simple mechanisms, what you already have in place, and use them. I will give you a very good example, which I saw in one of these international events I went to. From Cambodia, they came and they presented a case, right? And their early warning is very simple. It was for flooding. They colored the traffic light system on a lamppost, right? Green, you can stay. Amber, okay, watch out. Red, get out. Right? Simple as that. They're just painted. It requires only some paint to go and do that and to know exactly what is the flooding levels in these areas. Simple as that. And the message gets across. So something you can maintain, something the villagers can maintain on a regular basis. So key is to look at the applicability and the long-term sustainability if you want to have good early warning mechanisms going into play. So, yeah.
Thank you. Over to Claire.
I'm going to be ambitious and answer two questions at once. The first question on pre-positioning. There are about 6 UN hubs around the world where you can pre-position goods. So, for example, last week I was at one of them in Australia, and next week I'll be the one in Malaysia. And these are Plan B, fallback plans. I would say, going back to your first question about what the governments can do and so on and so forth, I think we forget that we think of these as institutions, faceless institutions. Governments are made of people. Companies are made of people. People who are suffering in the earthquakes are all made of people. I think if we had the will to do something, we will do it. In terms of, for example, government education on how people should respond, for example, in Sri Lanka and so forth. Look, there are enough resources out there to put in place some kind of compulsory education plan. Even if you put it in school and the children bring it back to home to their parents and say, oh, guess what I learned today, Mom? And so on and so forth. It has a cascading effect. It has a reinforcing effect. And also, I always say in terms of the businesses in this room, never to forget that businesses are also victims when the disaster happens, and because they're already present, they are actually first responders as well. So if you have that inbuilt BCP, that mindset that you're here to be able to respond quickly and rebuild society quickly, I look forward to the day when organizations like ourselves do not need to exist. A quiet day for us means that society is resilient, you guys do not need aid, your governments are effective in deploying, listening to local actors on the ground, making sure that every person in society, their needs are being met. That is an aspiration that I live for. Thank you.
Thank you. I think great response, and only if it's okay, and if you all have more questions, please do reach out to our panelists. They'll be here throughout lunch. And just in the interest of time, if it's okay, I'll close it off. But a big thank you. It's a good blend of logistics, medical, volunteer, innovation, and telecommunication. And I never knew how much ports require operations. So thank you for being here with us. And thanks to the audience for being patient with us, especially with the questions. And on that note, thank you very much for coming all the way to Sri Lanka to share your experience.
A heartfelt thank you to our panelists for a truly inspiring discussion. You have demonstrated how operational readiness is built not only through equipment and training, but through partnerships that bring together governments, businesses, humanitarian actors, and communities. Over the years, APAD Sri Lanka has worked closely with the National Fire Agency of Taiwan to strengthen our disaster response and community-level preparedness. To give a glimpse into the collaboration, we now invite you to watch a highlight of the program.
anything? Women!
With that, we have come to the latter part of the symposium, and let me remind you, for any symposium-related inquiries or questions intended for our speakers, you are kindly requested to direct them to symposium@apad.lk. Throughout today's symposium, let us remember, in crisis, the most powerful question is not what is missing, but what do we have, and how do we use it together. If Sri Lanka and our partners across the Asia-Pacific can embody this mindset, we can not only respond faster, but also build a future where resilience is not a slogan, but a lived reality. To conclude today's proceedings, may I now invite Ms. Raisha Ikram of APAD Sri Lanka to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we come to the close of the APAD International Symposium, it is an honor and privilege for me to extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of APAD Sri Lanka to all those who have made this event possible. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Akio Izumata, the Ambassador of Japan to Sri Lanka. Your presence here today has added immense prestige to our symposium, and we are sincerely grateful for the support extended. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, Embassy of Japan in Sri Lanka, and the people of Japan for their unwavering support for Sri Lanka and the APAD platform. A special thank you goes out to Ms. Neki Kauri, Professor Zaman, and Mr. Miyahara, and the APAD Management Office in Japan for their continued support of the APAD local platforms and for their exemplary commitment towards advancing disaster resilience in the Asia-Pacific region. A special mention of appreciation goes to the Director General of National Fire Agency of Taiwan, Republic of China, Shao Huangchang, and the delegation of Taiwan for being a part of this important day and for the steadfast support and collaboration in helping advance our search and rescue missions. To our international partners, especially the Connecting Business Initiative, Climate and Environment Charter Secretariat, Airlink, and Task Force Kiwi, we thank you for your invaluable contributions and continuous encouragement and support in amplifying APAD's efforts globally. Our sincere appreciation also goes to our state and private sector partners who have played a crucial role in fostering collaboration and innovation in disaster management. We thank you for your trust in us and passion towards advancing disaster risk reduction efforts. We also wish to acknowledge our distinguished guests and our distinguished panelists and moderators. Your contributions, ranging from strategic reflections on emerging risks to showcasing real-time operational excellence, have added tremendous value to this year's symposium and deepened our collective understanding of how resilience must evolve. On behalf of APAD Sri Lanka, I extend my sincere gratitude to you. A heartfelt thank you to our media partners, both digital and print, and a special note of thanks goes out to News First for their extensive coverage and support in sharing the important discussions held here with a wider audience. To our diverse and engaged audience, both in person and virtual, we appreciate your active participation and insightful questions, which have made the symposium a dynamic and interactive event. We also extend our sincere thanks to the APAD SAR team for their steadfast support and commitment to strengthening our operational readiness. A special mention must be made to Hush, our country director, who had been a guiding force behind the scenes and was instrumental in ensuring the smooth execution of the event. Last but not the least, a special word of thanks to my dedicated colleagues who worked tirelessly to ensure the seamless execution of this event, without whom none of this would have been possible. As we conclude, let me reaffirm that the impact of this symposium underscores the true power of collaboration. In an era of overlapping and intensifying challenges, it is only through collective action that we can advance the transition to a resilient and crisis-ready future. Together we can and will make a meaningful difference. Thank you all once again for your unwavering support and participation.
Thank you, Ms. Ikram, for your words of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the formal sessions of the APAD International Symposium 2025. We now invite you to join us for lunch served at the hall right behind us. Thank you for your presence, your insights, your continued collaboration in strengthening regional resilience. Have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.
Providing
You can really